All right, everyone. It's 9:35. Meetings should start at 9:30. We give a 5-minute grace period, so everyone take their seats. And we'll begin with the meeting today. All right, this meeting now is called to order by Lawrence Serpin at 9:35 a.m. Welcome board members and audience. Hello, is it working? Is this on? Can you hear me now? Yeah, okay. All right, welcome fellow board members, welcome audience, and also this is being live streamed, so we welcome all the people watching at home. Welcome to our meeting of the Industrial Hemp Advisory Board. Michelle?
Meetings of the Industrial Hemp Advisory Board are open to the public and comply with the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. This act allows for public comment on all agenda items. Audience members may address the board following each agenda item. Please step up to the podium and use the microphone when doing so. All speakers from the audience are limited to 3 minutes to ensure that everyone who wishes to comment have an opportunity to do so. All speakers from the audience, are there any members of the audience that require accommodation in order to participate in this meeting today? You can please raise your hand. No? Okay, thank you.
All right, in the back in the room, we have a sign-in sheet. We request that all attendees sign in. It's not mandatory for the attendees to sign in to participate in the public meeting. It simply helps with the minutes and communications to interested parties. Okay, we will start with a roll call and a brief introduction. My name is Lawrence Serpin. I'm representing the Hemp Industries Association, and I'm also the president of Hemp Traders.
Matt McLean with Recreator, Basscore, and the California Hemp Foundation.
John Rulak, founder of Nativa and RE Botanicals.
Rick Garola, Tama County Agricultural Commissioner. I represent the California Agricultural Commissioner and Sealers Association.
Tom Pierce, manager of West Island Cotton Growers, a cooperative cotton gin and locations in Lemoore and Riverdale and San Joaquin Valley.
David Robinson, Kings County Sheriff, representing the California State Sheriff's Association.
Rich Soria, retired horticulture teacher and current pest control advisor.
Joshua Chase with Kumbaya Farms.
Joshua Kress, I'm with CDFA, the program manager for CDFA's Nursery Seed and Cotton Program.
Michelle Phillips with CDFA Industrial Hemp Program.
All right, thank you for attending, everyone. Each board member should have a personalized folder with handouts. Copies of the agenda are available for audience members. All handouts will be brought up on the screen, and copies can be provided after the meeting upon request. Okay, for right now, we need to briefly we will briefly review the agenda and request any corrections or changes to the order. The topics for today's meeting will include, now here's the thing, on the agenda, we weren't going to review and approve the minutes of the September 26, 2018 board meeting, but that has actually been postponed, and we'll probably get to that at the following meeting. We will be review and approve of amendments to the list of approved seed cultivars per FAC 81002, which is attached. We will also be review and draft guidelines for sampling and testing of THC content. We will have a discussion on the importation of industrial hemp planting materials. We will have a discussion on establishment of an agricultural pilot program. And we will have a brief, at the end, we'll have a brief update on CDFA programs and activities. The board member list is also posted on our website. Please check for any corrections if you find any errors on that.
Please note that the bathrooms are located outside of the auditorium on the left. The first two doors on the right are the men's, and the women's is down the hall, either up the stairway or around the corner. We have water bottles available in the back. Please let us know if we run out. And then in case of emergency, please exit through the front doors and walk across to the park, and we'll meet there. Thank you. Actually, also, there are no scheduled breaks on the agenda, but we will try to take a break every hour as needed or requested.
All right, and we have a lot of people here today, so we'll have a quick note on the public comments. We will have opportunities for public comments throughout the meeting, as well as an opportunity for general comments at the end. For comments during an agenda item or pending board motion, please keep the comments pertinent to the item or motion. At the end of the meeting, we will have an opportunity for additional comments, both related to the meeting and for items that are not on the agenda. We request all individuals who would like to comment on an agenda item to come up to the podium to use the microphone right over here. We also request for each speaker to state their name and affiliation before commenting. Due to the large number of attendees, we will be limiting all commenters to 3 minutes unless there are follow-up questions from the board. We will be timing all commenters and will try to provide a warning prior to the time limit ending. Thank you for your consideration as we try to provide everyone an opportunity to comment during the proceedings. A quick note on proposed California Regulations Section 4900 regarding industrial hemp registration fees. In accordance with California's Administrative Procedure Act, all comments regarding the proposed regulation must be submitted as directed in rulemaking notice. No comments regarding the proposed regulation will be received at this meeting. If you have questions on how to locate the proposed regulation on the CDFA's website regarding the instructions for submitting a comment on the proposed regulation, please direct your questions to the CDFA staff. If you have additional questions for the CDFA regarding industrial hemp and the industrial hemp program, please direct your questions to the CDFA staff. You may contact them by emailing industrialhemp@cdfa.ca.gov or calling 916-654-0435. We have a review and approval of minutes, but we're not going to do that. So we're going to go to item 3 on the paper, review and approval of amendment to list of approved seed cultivars per FAC 81002. And this will be led by Joshua Kress.
Yeah. Thank you, Lawrence. Excuse me. So for some quick background for this before we get into the actual proposal to update the list of approved seed cultivars, I do want to quickly review what was passed at the last meeting, which was the methodology and procedure to update the list of approved seed cultivars. So as noted in the agenda, there's a list of approved seed cultivars in section 81002 of the Food and Agricultural Code, and it also provides a method for the department in consultation with the board to make changes to that. So at the last meeting, the board recommended adoption of a methodology and procedure for that. So I'll read through that very quickly, which is upon request from the chair of the board or any 4 members of the board, the department shall schedule a public hearing to consider a proposal to update the list of approved seed cultivars by adding, amending, or removing seed cultivars. A notice and text of the proposal shall be made available to the public no less than 30 days prior to the hearing. A public hearing to consider a proposal, to update the list of approved seed cultivars shall be part of a regularly scheduled meeting of the Industrial Hemp Advisory Board. Hence, we are doing that today as part of the agenda, which was posted over 30 days ago. The public hearing will include a presentation of the proposal, a presentation of the purpose of the update, and an opportunity for public comment pursuant to section 11125.7 of the Government Code. After receiving comments from the public, the board will vote to accept, amend and accept, or deny the proposal for recommendation to the secretary. Upon recommendation by the board to adopt a proposal, the secretary and approval by the secretary, the department shall amend the list of approved seed cultivars and shall submit the amended list to the Office of Administrative Law to be filed promptly with the Secretary of State. Pursuant to section 81002 of the Food and Agricultural Code, the proposal shall not be subject to further review. The department shall post the list of approved seed cultivars to its website and shall provide electronic and/or mail notification of the amendments to the list of approved seed cultivars to parties that have requested notification. For those purposes, we will be using our existing email listserv, as we've been doing for meetings and other items relating to this program. An interested party may go to the department's website and elect to receive automatic notifications of any changes to the list via our electronic mail listserv. So that was the procedure that was recommended by the board at the last meeting. So again, the proposal was posted with the agenda over 30 days ago, and we'll be reviewing that here today and going through that process. So I'm going to go ahead and read through the proposal just so we're all talking about the same thing. Again, for anyone who's interested, it was also posted with the agenda. So the proposal is for the secretary, as provided in section 81002 of the Food and Ag Code, to adopt the following list of approved seed cultivars. So option number 1, industrial hemp seed or propagated materials certified as breeder, foundation, registered or certified seed or stock by one of the following agencies, either a member organization of the Association of Official Seed Certifying Agencies, an organization of a member organization of the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, or OECD, or the officially approved and recognized seed certifying agency listed in Title III California Regulations, Section 3875, which is the California Crop Improvement Association. They are the official seed certifying agency for California. Option number 2. Industrial hemp seed or propagated materials produced in a quality assurance program approved by one of those same 3 agencies, a member organization of AOSCA, a member organization of OECD, or CCIA. Sorry for throwing out a bunch of letters at y'all. Option number 3 is industrial hemp seed or propagated materials produced by a licensed participant in a state industrial hemp agricultural pilot program pursuant to Section 7606 of the Federal Agricultural Act of 2014. The crop from which the seed or propagated materials were harvested from shall have been tested by the licensing authority in the state of origin and found to have no more than 0.3% THC on a dry weight basis. The commissioner shall be notified of the importation of all propagated materials other than seed into the county. The shipment is subject to inspection by the commissioner and shall not be used for cultivation until released by the commissioner. Option number 4. Industrial hemp seeds or tissue culture plants imported from outside the United States that meet federal importation requirements. The crop from which the seeds or tissue culture plants were harvested from shall have been tested by the Department of Agriculture in the country of origin and found to have no more than 0.3% THC on a dry weight basis. The commissioner shall be notified of the importation of all propagated materials other than seed into the county. The shipment is subject to inspection by the commissioner and shall not be used for cultivation until released by the commissioner. For the purposes of this section, the term tissue culture means in vitro material introduced into culture from nodal cuttings at a particular time and from a single plant and grown in aseptic conditions to be used as a source of propagated material. And then option number 5, industrial hemp seed or propagated materials produced in California in accordance with the provisions of Division 24 of the Food and Agricultural Code and of this chapter, the regulations pertaining to industrial hemp. The crop from which the seed or propagated materials were harvested from shall have been tested by a department-approved laboratory and found to have no more than 0.3% THC on a dry weight basis. And then the last remaining item in this proposed regulation is that upon request from the commissioner, a registrant shall provide documentation confirming that any seeds or propagated materials are on the list of approved seed cultivars. Now, to be clear, this list of approved seed cultivars is for planting for registered growers that are growing for commercial purposes. There's an exemption in the Food and Agricultural Code for growing for seed breeding purposes, as well as by established agricultural research institutions where they do not have to use varieties that are listed on this list of approved seed cultivars. So I just want to be clear as to what we're all talking about. So with that, I do want to turn it over. This proposal originally came from Josh Chase and I believe Matt McLean were the 2 that worked on it. So if the 2 of you have any comments on why, I know we reviewed this a little bit the last meeting, but comments on how you came to this proposal and any comments on it, I'd appreciate that.
This is Josh Chase. I think this is a pretty comprehensive list. I think we've covered all the bases, and we've also ensured that all the plant material that is grown, is the parent material, is at least tested and should be below the 0.3% THC levels. I think that's about all I have to say about it.
Yeah, I would like to add just that obviously the responsibility relies on the farmer's shoulders to verify the cultivars that they're bringing in, the COAs as well. But, as Josh highlighted, like we tried to cover as much as possible within the certification program, the QA program, varieties that other states are using. Any plant material that qualifies from out of the country, and then whatever is an heirloom variety here in California. Thank you. So if we can open up to further discussion on the board. We did have a couple of written comments, so I did want to call up a couple of people to provide comments on their written comments, to either read them or discuss them briefly. But is there any further discussion by the board before we start moving towards public comments? Okay. So first off, I did want to call up Timothy Blank from CCIA, California Crop Improvement Association. So for the board members, there's a copy of an email from Timothy, and so that will be posted online. Actually, we're bringing that up for everybody here, but we will be posting that when we post all of the attachments from the meeting at the end of this meeting. But thanks, Tim.
Thank you. I'm basically going to read a variation of what I had written to you for the edification of you and the audience. My name is Timothy Blank, California Crop Improvement Association, official seed certifying agency in California. Unlike any other crop produced in California, industrial hemp has both a mandatory sampling requirement along with a mandatory destruction requirement if the test sample's too high. This makes industrial hemp a highly risky crop to produce and will likely result in bankruptcies and litigation when test results are too high. The risk is greatly magnified when the planting of non-certified seed is allowed. And I'm not speculating here. This has been observed in Colorado, which took a similar path when they approved the production of industrial hemp without a seed certification requirement. Colorado has seen the destruction of at least 3,000 acres of industrial hemp planted with non-certified seed. And recently in California, in Merced County, we have heard of the troubling news that nearly 200 acres of industrial hemp was destroyed because the tests taken by the authorities were in excess of the tolerance. In trying to think of a comparable industry where there are heavy regulations in place for the production of a crop, the organic industry comes to mind, as growers must demonstrate to a third-party organization that they're meeting federal process-based standards. But even in the highly regulated organic crop industry, there's not a mandatory testing requirement for minimum levels of contaminants, so there is not a risk of crop loss. The seed certification process of varietal testing and review, along with maintenance of the varietal purity through seed increases, is the best preemptive measure the California hemp industry can adopt to avoid planting a crop that tests too high in THC. At the same time, I recognize the current frustration with a seed certification requirement that many in the emerging hemp industry are expressing, namely an apparent insufficiency of varietal choices and inventory. And like any new variety that comes to the market, this is a short-term problem, but nevertheless a real problem for those pioneering the industry in California for the first few years. With this in mind, and to prevent the liability of selling uncertified seed, but also to allow the production of uncertified seed on a commercial scale, I propose that the Hemp Advisory Board adopt the following or a similar addition to the proposed hemp regulations, and that is cultivars developed and planting seed produced outside of a seed certification or quality assurance program cannot be marketed for sale for commercial production in California and can only be utilized for a company's or individual's internal production needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Timothy. Are there any questions from the board for Tim?
Yes, this is John Rulak. Thanks Timothy, for coming there, and I appreciate your focus on this. It's a real concern, real liability. I mean, the last thing we want farmers is a few farmers planting this crop. If they have to plow it down, that's gonna create definitely economic hardship for them, and obviously there's a need for regulations. But on your proposed regulations addition, that language there, could you explain maybe how you'd interpret can be utilized for companies or individuals' internal production needs? I'm trying to understand what that might specifically mean.
It basically means that they can bring in a variety from, according to the points 3, 4, and 5. However, they cannot market for sale that material. It has to be used within their company. So very vertical in that sense.
So you're saying they can grow a crop that's not certified, but you mean they can just like test it to see like they could process it into a flour extract or a seed oil and then see how it worked, but then compost it? Is that what you're saying? Or they could sell it outside of the state of California? I'm just trying to understand.
The intent would be that they are doing seed increases for their own use. So if you would to take an analogy, the PVP law protects variety owners from selling, you cannot take somebody else's variety and sell it to another person, but you can plant it for your own use. So it would be similar to the PVP law in that sense.
Right, okay. Good. Any other board members have any concerns with this or any discussions or thoughts?
Yeah, I had a couple of questions and or comments, and I'm not sure if what you're proposing falls within the realm of what we're able to do for prohibiting the commercial sale of unregistered seeds. I tend to believe that that's more a matter of the law and it might have to be something that would be put into law rather than something we could propose here. But I thought maybe Josh can comment on that.
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't know.
Sorry, to be frank, I don't know.
All right. And then the other thing is, definitely I understand any time a farmer's going to plant an unregistered or uncertified seed, there's going to be a problem. They may test it hot. And with the laws that are in place, a farmer could lose their whole crop if it has to be plowed under or, as we mentioned earlier, destroyed. But that's generally an individual problem. There's certainly going to be risk, but without risk, there can be no reward. There are very, very few seed varieties that I know of that are out there, and very few that are part of the CBD strain. If we were to say that there could be no sale of it within California, I think that would hinder the growth of the industry quite a bit, and we would fall behind even further with other states that are developing these sorts of programs. Also, in today's age, and there's the expression, let the buyer beware. If a farmer were to grow seeds, he needs to be careful. I think there's nothing wrong with our Department of Agriculture having a warning, letting farmers know that they could lose their crop if they test positive, but farmers could try a little bit at a time. They could maybe grow 1 acre, 2 acres, 5 acres, see how it grows. They can test it as it's being grown, seeing if it's growing hot. But if we prevent it from being sold, we're preventing all of that from happening, and we're going to be delaying the CBD industry probably for a number of years. I think it can take 1, 2, or 3 years to actually certify a seed from the earlier things that we had. That's just my comments on it. Anybody else?
Lawrence, yeah, Dave Robinson. Do you know, in your comments that you provided, did you happen to look at SB 1409 and the changes that took place there? If this would coincide with your recommendation, would it coincide with the changes that occurred under seed cultivars? And
I'm not, which,
That was the updated bill from last year.
I did
and-
not read that text.
And I just noticed there's some language in there specific to seed cultivars, and I haven't had a chance to read through it, but I did notice there's some specific language in there that kind of addresses it, so.
Yeah, I mean, so the amendments in SB 429 related to seed cultivars wouldn't affect the process that we're going through today. I don't know of any that would have affected this particular proposal, but again, I'm not familiar with, what the authority would be as far as, downstream regulation on the cultivated crop. And so that would definitely be a question mark as far as what we have authority to do and what we don't. So that, I still want to leave that up to the board as far as what they want to consider and make recommendations for. And that's something for the department to deal with, based off the board's recommendations. Cool, thank you, Tim.
I have some comments.
One more.
Thanks, Tim, for your comments. So with the current proposal here, we're doing a 30-day evaluation of the new cultivars that would come through the program. And I think with the help of, the CCIA and other seed certifying entities, they could be involved in this process. So all the new varieties are going to be coming through the board. So hopefully we can catch stuff that doesn't look right and verify the testing protocols and all that, and hopefully get a list, a good list of stuff that's not certified through your program, but at least protects the farmers. That makes sense? Or?
And I'll assure this board that we are actively working with groups that are producing CBD varieties. We are trying to facilitate the approval of some of those varieties. So we will work on the availability of certified seed for those types of varieties as well.
Okay, thank you.
I have a couple of comments, Tim, sorry. False exits. Really appreciate your notes. I'm with you 100% in that the certification program, the QA program are the ideal situations. I think California has a great opportunity here to bring some of these cultivars that haven't been certified into such qualifications and programs. I have a question on the OECD. Don't they certify varieties up to 1% for cannabis?
The OECD list, we did not, when we developed our list that is on our website, we did not just take the whole OECD list, because the OECD list does not distinguish between pharmaceutical types and low THC types. And so we really don't know what the THC levels are for each OECD variety. So we're just taking those one at a time.
Okay.
So I don't know what the minimum level is for the OECD program.
Okay, well, and part of the reason I brought it up is because I was aware that CCIA was going through that kind of approval process, so it could be something that we mimic with other varieties down the line. And I'd just like to point out that in each scenario here that everything's going to be tested below 0.3%. And this is for commercial growers, and I would say anybody that wants to produce seed should register as a seed breeder and follow those guidelines.
And I would point out that that's good that is put in there. However, as you know, the definition of a variety is that it's uniform, distinct, and stable. And something that is in the certification program has been demonstrated to be stable over multiple years and locations. Now, if you're just doing a once-in-time test and say, hey, this is testing below 0.3, but then its progeny are heterozygous and going off in different directions, that's where you get the problems. And so that would be my caution for this program and the way it's being set up as proposed.
Do you think we'll have issues with bringing some of these varieties from, say, like Poland, Ukraine, or anywhere else into our different regions and microclimates, and they end up testing above 0.3%?
Certainly, and even the varieties,
Even the certified?
Even the certified varieties, I would encourage any certified varieties coming from Canada or Northern Europe or anywhere that it be regionally tested. And I think that would be a good place for the research institutions, University of California, if you could collaborate with them to do a varietal testing program for any varieties. So you can, I mean, they do that for alfalfa, they do that for wheat. There's regional testing throughout the state, and if you could just put hemp in there too, but it needs funding. That's the thing that they're interested in. But that would be ideal for any variety.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, this is Tom Pierce. Got a question maybe of Matt and Josh Chase, yourself. And this is, I think, already been discussed maybe possibly, but a fast track method to get varieties that have proved in other farming areas of the U.S., or I'm saying the U.S. and the United States here. I know we talked about the quality assurance program before. Can you talk to that as far as speeding up the availability of varieties?
The quality assurance program, it was developed in other crops for heirloom varieties that have been around for a while that may be more like land races. And for those in the audience who aren't familiar with the land race, it's more of a population it's not necessarily a very uniform and maybe not the most stable variety, but it's been around for a long time. And so I question whether or not the varieties that are being developed right now could be considered to be a quality assurance variety, because they're not really land races in the traditional sense.
Okay.
All right, anyone else on the board have any questions? All right, thank you very much, Timothy. All right, I'm just curious, does anyone in the audience, would they like to comment or have any questions for Timothy on his proposal?
So we had a written comment that was handed out to the board that's here. If we could get GV Ayers, if you want to step up, we can go to you first. And then if anyone else has comments they'd like to make, if you want to line up over here behind the podium, we'll take everybody at the podium. And then again, just a reminder, we will be timing and limiting comments to 3 minutes, except for further questions and discussions by the board, which, as you've seen, does happen.
GV Ayers with General Rivers Consulting, distributing a written comment, which I gave to the chair and to Mr. Kress as well earlier there, but apologies for not getting it to you earlier. I will make it available so you can, with the materials from the meeting, so, and I do have a few extra copies here. But my comment has to do with the text of proposed section 4920, and in particular, dealing with Category 3 and Category 4, which deals with hemp seed or propagative materials from another state or from out of the country. And basically my observation is, I think by some of the language in it, that it could result in some unintended consequences. And basically the nut of what I'm getting at is on the second page of the letter there. I'm suggesting that when the language says tested by the licensing authority, most licensing authorities in the country do not do the testing. So I would suggest that we clarify that by saying in accordance with the testing method approved by the regulatory authority. And I would change licensing authority to regulatory authority because most or some, not all states will license industrial hemp growers. Growers of industrial hemp. Matter of fact, we don't license them here as well. So that's what I would change on 4920A 3 and then subsection A. Change it to say were harvested from shall have, or the propagated materials which they were harvested from shall have been tested in accordance with a testing method approved by the regulatory authority in the state of origin and found to have no more than 0.3% tetrahydroc THC on a dry weight basis. So it's a technical thing, but it is intended to prevent some unintended consequences. And then the second amendment would be in 9420A4 subparagraph A, which deals with tissue culture plants coming in from out of country, I would suggest the crop from which the seed or tissue culture plants were harvested shall have been tested in accordance with a testing method approved by the Department of Agriculture in the country of origin and found to have no more than 0.3% THC on a dry weight basis. I think that gets us better to where we're looking at, where we're needing, because actually, according to the regulation, the commissioner in the county is the one who has to sign off on the evidence has to be brought to the commissioner in the county. So this helps to keep the commissioners in the county from saying, oh, it wasn't tested by the regulatory authority or by the licensing authority. And so it's a better, cleaner way of doing it. I would suggest that. Also, if we're going to change licensing authority to the regulatory authority, on option 3, it says industrial hemp. At the beginning of that, it says industrial hemp seed or propagated materials produced by a licensed participant. You might say licensed or registered participant in that. Be glad to answer any questions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Ayers. It basically seems like this is more of a technical fix to make it basically easier so we're not kind of tripping over ourselves.
The legislature would call it technical clarifying.
Right. All right, anyone else on the board have a question regarding Mr. Ayers' suggestions?
I think those are very valuable edits to clarify those two.
Right. Yeah, I would agree. So we don't want to make it where, kind of like when we had DEA-approved laboratories earlier. All right, anyone, before we go with you, anyone else on the board have any question or comment with Mr. Ayers' suggestions? All right, we'll leave it open to the public. Please step on up to the podium if you have a question or comment about what's been discussed. Please state your name and then limit it to about 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Karen Dixon. I am with Schiavi Seeds. We're a certified hemp seed production company. All of our varieties are listed on the OECD, as well as in Europe. And I would encourage the board to take a look at the Federal Seed Act. And in terms of regulating the type of seeds that come in with an eye toward protecting the farmer, it doesn't require certified seed, of course, but it does have requirements with regard to labeling. It's a Truth in Labeling Act, as well as what's necessary to maintain records. And just so that take the gentleman's point that protecting the farmers is something that we're concerned about. And this plant has high genetic variability. It's when pollinated. If you're not using certified seed, then we'll just repeat what happened in Colorado here. Thank you.
Had a quick question for you. You're talking about federal law in the seed.
I'm talking about federal law, and under the Federal Seed Act, AOSCA is the official organization that the federal act looks to, and that every state has to have a seed certification organization or seed improvement association that it goes through. So there's a lot of federal regulation that deals with seeds moving across state lines. It's intrastate, interstate, as well as international regulations.
All right, great, thank you. And does anyone on the board have another question? No? All right. Is anyone else in the audience like to come up to the podium with any questions or comments about the seed regulations? No? Okay.
So we had a couple of suggestions for the board to consider as far as possible amendments to this proposal. Did the board want to consider either of those and consider making any changes? Are there any recommendations from any of the board members?
All right, well, I was in favor of Mr. Ayers' recommendation. It seems to make it a little more technical, that we're not stepping on our own feet. When you were saying basically go with what's happening in the actual states, use their language rather than our language that might hurt us. Matt, you agreed. I think Joshua, you agreed with that.
Yeah, I agree as well. I think that's good clarification.
So Mr. Ayers' recommendations would be, so 4920A3 to change licensed participant to, let's go with authorized participant. if that's acceptable to everybody. And then below that, where it says licensing authority, we have Mr. Ayer's exact proposals here. So A3A, the crop from which the seed or propagated materials were harvested from shall have been tested in accordance with a testing method approved by the regulatory authority in the state of origin and found to have no more than 0.3% THC on dry weight basis. And then an amendment to A4A, excuse me, effectively the same thing. The crop from which the seed or tissue culture plants were harvested from shall have been tested in accordance with a testing method approved by the Department of Agriculture in the country of origin and found to have no more than 0.3% THC on a dry weight basis. Are there any objections to that? Is everyone on board with that language?
Just a comment here, long as Matt and Josh have done the research in this area, and yourself, Josh, you're the seed man, you're okay with this? Do we need a motion? I would move to accept the changes.
Okay. Before we go to a motion, if you don't mind, so was there any further discussion on the recommendation from Timothy Blank and CCIA? Not this time. Okay. All right. So yeah, Tom, if your motion is to move to approve the proposed list of approved seed cultivars as amended, incorporating those changes from GV Ayers. Is that correct?
That's my motion.
Okay. Perfect.
I'm going to try to repeat it.
Very good. Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
All right, so we got Tom and Lawrence. And I'll go ahead and call it. Is there any further discussion from the board on this motion? Are there any public comments on this motion?
I'll make one
More of a
comment.
discussion. Okay.
I think maybe there should be some more oversight within the board when varieties come in, and maybe this is a place where maybe AOSCA or the OECD or somebody has a representative to help evaluate the cultivars coming through and helping us make the recommendations to move forward with the new list. That's maybe a separate proposal that maybe we
Probably
work on
yeah,
later
so
or something.
there's a couple ways to work on that. So again, I mean, the law provides what should be hopefully a fairly straightforward method to make changes to this list on as often as the board needs to do so. And so as there's further research and development, that's certainly something the board can look into. That could either be addressed now in this regulation, that could be addressed by going back and looking at the process that we approved at the last meeting. And if you guys would like to amend that to bring CCIA more directly and actually in the regulation into the process, or that's something the board can look at kind of on a case-by-case basis as we move forward. Right now, it's pretty open as far as the board being able to recommend changes and having this discussion later on. So, and that's up to you.
I think we should move forward with this proposal and then kind of evaluate how we bring in more oversight on the evaluation of each variety coming through.
Sounds good. So how about just a suggestion, let's finish up the motion and then afterwards maybe open up how the board would like, if the board has any recommendations at this time for coming back around and reevaluating this either on a regular basis or kind of a time frame for that the board would like to see.
Okay.
Cool. Any other comments, public comments? Okay. Lawrence, I'll give it to you for.
All right, all in favor of the motion on the board from Tom, seconded by me, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed, say nay. And is anybody abstaining from voting? Nope. Okay, the motion passes.
Thank you, guys.
All right, any other, I guess we don't have any other questions or comments unless we wanted to move forward with Josh's thing. Maybe we'll do that in another meeting.
Yeah, so I mean, did the board want to have any discussion at this time? Maybe there's not much to discuss at this point, but does the board want to have any discussion on what they might like that process to look like in the future?
Just a quick comment on the other two speakers. I do think that those are some things that need to be looked into further, and I would make the recommendation that those are further looked into and then brought back to the board for a decision on those.
Very good.
What's the effective date on these approved cultivar changes?
So we're figuring out that process. I don't think that the recommendation from the last meeting has been published yet online, so we're still waiting to see how that happens. But what happens at this point is the board's made the recommendation, we prepare that, and it goes to the secretary. And it includes the board's motion and justification for that with a fairly brief memo. And then after it gets approved by the secretary, then it goes over to the Office of Administrative Law. And then for them to file, it's called a file and print, and from there it goes to the Secretary of State to actually get published. So I don't actually know what the timeline looks like. Once the last proposal from the board gets published, we'll kind of trace our way back through that process and see where there were any hiccups along the way. So, you know, we don't do a lot of file and prints, so we're learning as we go, but it should be fairly quick.
All right, any other questions or comments about approved seed cultivars? No? Okay, why don't we go back to our next item on the list. Get my paperwork here. All right, this will be item number 4, review of draft. Make sure I'm right on that. Nope, yeah. Item number 4, review of draft guidelines for sampling and testing for THC content. Once again, this discussion will be led by Joshua Kress.
Thank you. I apologize, you guys are going to get a lot of me today. So for this, for coming back to this meeting, so we've had a conversation at a number of meetings now, or we've had various recommendations on sampling and testing. And so we wanted to come back to the board with a summary of everything that's been discussed so far on sampling and testing. So we're starting the process of putting together rulemaking packages on these. These have to be in regulation. And we're starting that process, but as we get going on that process, we want to make sure that we're on the right track from the board. I don't think that there's anything in here, Michelle can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think there's anything in here that we don't already have a motion from the board. But this is an opportunity for the board and the public to further discuss this topic and make sure that we're on the right track as we move forward on putting these things into regulation. So what I'm going to do, and I apologize again, I'm going to go ahead and read through our recommendations on sampling. We'll scroll through them on the screen for everybody. And again, all of these handouts will be available after the meeting on our website. We can also email them to people upon request. So the first recommendation is that samples shall be collected by the County Agricultural Commissioner. The Commissioner may, we're first going to go over sampling, then go over testing. The Commissioner may designate an independent third party to collect samples on the Commissioner's behalf. These next 2 items have been updated because they are taken straight from the law, effective January 1st, 2019, in accordance with SB 1409, Senate Bill 1409. So samples shall be taken with the registrant or a representative present, and sampling shall occur no more than 30 days prior to harvest. Back to board recommendations. The registrant shall submit a pre-harvest report to the Commissioner at least 30 days prior to harvest. Each non-contiguous field shall be sampled separately. Each variety grown shall be sampled separately. Indoor and outdoor growing areas shall be sampled separately, even if it's the same variety. Each composite sample shall consist of at least 5 primary samples from different plants of the sampled variety. Again, an item from SB 1409, which specifies that the sample shall consist of the dried flowering tops. I asked Allison Justice, who unfortunately wasn't able to be with us today, for if there was any further clarification on dried flowering tops that she could provide. So this language comes from her, which is dried flowering tops is defined as the terminal cola or apex bud of the industrial hemp plant, including any stems, seeds, stalks, flowers, leaves, or seeds. I think it said seeds twice, but I don't think it says it twice here. Moving along, there was a recommendation from the board to avoid sampling field edges, to avoid sampling male plants, that any abnormal plant should be sampled individually. The sample should be placed in a brown paper bag or other breathable bag, properly labeled and sealed in a manner to show evidence of tampering. Both the registrant and the sampler shall sign a chain of custody form. The samples shall be kept in cool storage, which was defined as between 45 and 95 degrees Fahrenheit. Samples shall be delivered to the lab on the same day sampling occurs. The registrant or any representatives shall not assist in the laboratory employee nor touch the sampled material or the testing equipment during delivery, processing, or testing of the sample. And registrant shall submit a harvest or destruction report to the commissioner within 7 days of completing the harvest or destruction. The commissioner may confirm the harvest or destruction of the crop by inspection, again, to confirm that it did occur within 30 days of the sampling, the harvest occurred within 30 days of sampling, or that the destruction occurred within the timeframes that are established in the law. I can move on to sampling unless there's any comments from the board on, or move on to testing unless there's comments from the board on sampling first.
Yeah, Josh, question on my interpretation of what we discussed, and I think this confirms it here, is that we're talking about taking a composite sample, the whole plant. Is that correct? No.
So in accordance with SB 1409, the part of the plant that's sampled is the dried flowering tops. And so we would want to be clear on what that means as far as the dried flowering tops. But that's what SB 1409 specifies. And so as far as the composite, that would mean that dried flowering tops or the appropriate portion of the plant is taken from 5 different plants in the field. Those are all combined into one composite sample that is tested together.
Okay, just including stems, stalks, flower, leaves, and seeds?
Again, I'm not a botanist, so whatever would be considered part of the dried flowering tops and however we would define that to make sure that we're being consistent from county to county. So we're certainly open to other recommendations on what that means, but we do want to be consistent with SB 1409. I think the recommendation was to not try to remove portions of the dried flowering tops, so for instance, not trying to remove seeds and stems that might be included when you're collecting that sample, which some states were doing and some states were not.
You know, a lot of times I listen to you and I'm still confused. The question I asked,
Appreciate that.
just above me, I guess, I'm just simply reading what the dried flowering tops is defined as: the terminal cola, the apex bud, the industrial hemp plant, including any stems, stalks, flowers, leaves, and seeds. I don't know. To me, that means the plant, and that's what I'd like to see. I mean, I don't know what the law says, but to me, that.
I'm going to look to Josh.
Yeah, I have some input into that. I think it maybe should be defined as not only apex bud, but apical buds and lateral buds, including any stalks or stems, stalks, flowers. Maybe there should be some sort of wording that it's a homogeneous sample, including stems, stalks, flowers, leaves, or seeds.
Yeah, I think that
You know, I don't want to hold up the whole process here. The idea is that we're, with the Farm Bill, look like the 2018 Farm Bill passing this month. I don't want to back up at the state level and, us not be prepared to move forward with planning, so.
Yeah.
I think the confusion comes is that the flowers are not totally separate on marijuana like they are in some other plants. So if you're taking the top, which would be koala bud, if you cut it, maybe a few inches or a few feet, it will include the flowers, the seeds, some stems. It will be kind of all that would be included in it versus somebody taking, just a couple of inches. It might be only a flower.
Yeah, I think it should be defined as possibly the top 10 or 12 inches, and it should be a homogeneous sample of the flower, leaves, seeds, and stalk. If it's just the very apical piece of the plant, I think it's not a very good representative sample of what the
This is an
plant
important point here because, we've had issues come up already here in California. The plant is the plant to me, and it should be a composite sample of, if you want to talk about so many inches or feet of the plant, but the majority of the plant, I would suggest that it should be what's being tested. I mean, this is a big loss to the farmer. We've already seen that, and I'm just trying to prevent failures that shouldn't on a farmer's part that shouldn't have to face
Yeah.
because of a misinterpretation of what we're talking about here.
Yeah, I suspect that we may have people in the audience that may be able to further elaborate on that. So how about we, if there's any other comments on sampling from the board, and then we can come back around to that topic, but we'll go through what's here real quick, and then we can come back around to that and get some public input on the portion of the plant to sample and how to best define dried flowering tops as it's used in the law.
Josh, just one real quick comment on the actual 81006D3. It says the sample collected for THC testing shall be taken with the grower or seed breeder present. But in our recommendations, we use different language of registrant or designee. I would just want those two to mirror each other.
Yeah.
So they're the same language. And then would it also include the name of the person somewhere else? Is that part of what it says under the registrant's proof of registration? I imagine their name would be on that, so we wouldn't need to.
Yeah, I think we would handle that. The registrant is required to submit a pre-harvest report to the commissioner, and so that would include their contact information and things like
Okay.
that.
Thank you.
Josh, I had a clarification on the sampling of dried flowered tops. And I see we have a letter here about wet samples. And over this past year, I've started to see that there's definitely commercial activity right now in companies that are taking fresh material and turning that into a variety of products, including juice, including going from wet material and then turning that into a powder. So is there anything in this rule? So if someone is planning to harvest it fresh, they would need to on the sampling program, sample these leaves, or the flowers and the tops, and then dry it and then submit it. Is there any in the regulations preventing just going from that and processing it as a wet product versus drying it, and or how would they do the testing? I know it's a little complex there, but.
Yeah, sure.
The labs that we consulted, they take it wet and the lab dries it. You don't harvest it dry.
Okay.
You harvest it wet.
And you don't have to dry, the farmer doesn't have to dry before they send the sampling, they send it in wet. Okay, good. Thanks you for the clarification. I just wanted to make sure of that.
I got a couple quick comments. Matt McLean. I think we could go with like 10 inches, 18 inches from the top, but we could also do like top half, top third of the plant on the dried flowering top. Also, when Don from Steep Hill spoke last time, he said that if there were male plants in the field, we should include them because it would be representative of the crop. So something there.
Thank you.
All right, I had a quick question where it says the registrant shall admit a pre-harvest report to the commissioner. Is that something that we work on, or will that be handled by each county individually?
So there was already some discussion on that. We didn't include the components of that, or I didn't include the components of that in here. There was a proposal from Allison and Richard previously on what would be composed of that, and so that's something that we would create and provide to the counties, just to make sure that we're clear. And we would include any mandatory components of that, of any reporting in the regulation itself. But there wasn't anything too out of the ordinary. It's, the name and the location, things like that. Date of harvest. It's pretty basic. If there's anything that would be kind of out of the ordinary or something that we might not, normally think of besides who's doing the harvesting and when and who they need to contact, let us know and we can discuss that today. Rick had a comment too.
I have a couple of questions. Concerning the composite sample consisting of at least 5 primary samples, do you anticipate this being clarified through regulation, or is CDFA going to give guidelines to counties so we're doing that consistently? So a field of 1 acre, we would take 5 samples. We have a field of 200 acres. What's the recommended amount? So we're getting a composite sample for that representative field?
Ideally, yes. The reason 5 was used is that's what's being used in other states. In our research with other states, there's not a consistent number of plants to sample for any given field at this point. Part of the reason for that is that there's not sufficient research to really justify that yet. So as there's more research on that, we do expect there to be more national standards developed in, as far as sampling recommendations. And we would do our best to work with you all to incorporate those. But at this point, there weren't any better recommendations than, yeah, take at least 5 plants. That's obviously not ideal, but that's what's generally being done in the other states. I mean, if there are recommendations on how to break that down at this point, we're willing to take those on. But, for right now, we will work with whatever information we have and provide that to the commissioners. And then as the research is done, we would obviously want to come back and update this.
Okay, and then the other question I had is regarding the abnormal plants being sampled individually. We'd probably need some clarification. If they had a lot of abnormal plants, how would we deal with that?
Good point.
I'm going to guess an abnormal plant would be evidence that somebody was growing another variety, would be the reason for that, that they do that.
If you had a bad batch of seed and you got a number of abnormal plants, we just need something for edification, for guidelines, so we know how to treat that.
Would it be clearer if instead of individually, it said separately? That way you're sampling them as a group separately?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, do we have any other?
I think I would argue to not sample abnormal plants at all unless, you thought they were high THC, and I guess the law enforcement would do that. But I think I would avoid sampling male plants, and any abnormal plants should be sampled individually unless, it was a law enforcement action. But it probably shouldn't be included in the composite sample if we're looking at a good analysis of what's there instead of these outliers or whatever you'd call them.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know that we need to single it out. I think it just should be a sampling of the crop that's in the field. If law enforcement believes that it's marijuana and not hemp, then they'll go through the criminal process of getting a search warrant and getting their own sample and going down that path versus through the Ag Commissioner's office.
All right. Very good. Are there any objections to removing the abnormal plants provision? No? Okay. Very good.
All right, and did we come to an agreement on the male plant part? Seemed we went both ways with that, whether we should test for male plants or, according to what we have here, avoid testing male plants. If the field is, just basically unfeminized seeds, regular seeds, and it's not cut out early, it will be both about 50% male and female that will be in there.
Yeah, I think we should get rid of that too. And if it's a representative sample and half the field's male and half the field's female, probably 2 or 3 samples should come from the males and 2 or 3 should come from the females.
I'm going to ask
Whatever the representative sample would be.
I'm going to ask a dumb question here. Do both plants have flowering tops?
No, the male plants will mature earlier. They produce something that looks like a very teeny tiny flower that releases pollen, and that usually matures a few weeks prior to the female plants. And it's only the females that are going to produce high amounts of THC or CBD. You will not get those in the male plants. Although there are certain plants that can be hermaphroditic and produce both male and female flowers on them.
Okay, I only ask that because it's in the SB 1401 or 1409 that was passed. It says random sampling of the dried flowering tops. So, seems
And
to
you're
me
right, if it's the flowering tops, it really wouldn't include the males anyway.
Okay. So even without specifying it, if you're sampling flowering tops, would you be sampling male plants? Josh?
Well, I think technically there are male flowers, so you'll have a male flower. I think whatever is representative of the field, if half the field's males and half's females, it probably makes sense to test both. And it would be the flowering tops of the males or or females.
If you have both males and the females in the field, I mean, if you're planting from, let's say you're planting from seed, and, you know, as mentioned, you can have either male or female plants for a lot of varieties. Those are going to be scattered, right? So, I mean, you'll have male plants here and female plants will all be intermixed. I mean, I don't know how you would divide that up as you're going through the field trying to collect a sample for a sampler, unless you're planting from clone. You have clonal planting of male plants and female plants, and that's one thing. But if you're growing from seed, I don't think you're going to have that, correct? I don't know how you would accomplish a separate sampling of male and female plants in that case.
I think it's highly unlikely, but there is a possibility that you could have a complete male field if somebody was just trying to gather pollen. But, I mean, it's not going to happen that often, but it could happen.
Yeah, that could happen.
Growers.
All right, maybe we want to hear from some of our audience, might shed some light on this subject. It's a lot there to deal with. So state your name, let us know your opinion.
George Bianchini, represent SG Farms.
That's fine. And at this point, we'll focus on sampling, and then we'll talk about testing in a little bit.
Okay, sampling. So, you know, we have the new federal hemp bill that's soon to be signed, unless Trump's on the run. And part of that is Section 297A, page 429 out of 6 inches of regulations, defines hemp as all parts of the plant. So if we're going to test for legality, then you need to test the whole plant. When we harvest, some of our clients, they want it all ground up. Some want it wet, some want it dry. But that's what they're buying. So, you know, the whole plant is taken and ground up. Because there is THC in the stock, there is THC in the seeds, there is THC in almost every component of the plant. I've never tested roots. But I just, for my 2 cents, I wanted to say that if the law defines hemp as all parts of the plant, then it should be all parts of the plant that are tested, not just a particular part of the plant. So that's my take on that. You know, as far as the sampling, as far as the male, I don't know anybody that's going to grow all male plants. You might as well grow corn. You can starve to death just as fast. But that would also limit it to researchers or seed breeders who have the exemption to do that anyway because of the culling factor and some of the other issues. And I know 1409 dealt with some of that. But I think we got to be careful about over-regulating this and the fact that the federal law does allow the state to make some of their own rules on this as long as it doesn't diminish theirs. So the argument on the THCA is pretty much a foregone conclusion because it's into the federal laws, even though it's not in the Prop 64 state of California rules. So as far as that sampling, I think that's going to be real key. What's going to be sampled? I believe if it is a monoecious variety and you're growing male and female plants, that there should be a representative, and quite frankly, if grown properly, it'll be about a 50-50 split. So if they're gonna, if males are in there, a certain number of the males should be taken, a certain number of the females should be taken. So I'll give up I've got my time in. Thank you very much. George Bianchini. George Bianchini.
All right, thank you, George. All right, next up.
Hi, Karen Dixon, Scabi Seeds again. I think this is an area where hopefully IOSCA will weigh in with its own regulations, which they are currently working on. And even within the certification standards, it's not a 50-50 male and female. In order to be certified, some of the varieties have to have a certain percentage of male versus female, so there are lots of rules to the road that are already out there. And I would encourage the board respectfully to check out the Government of Canada's Industrial Hemp Technical Manual, Standard Operating Procedures for Sampling, Testing, and Processing Methodology. Europe, Canada, the OECD, New Zealand, Australia, China, Russia have already looked at this issue, and to the extent that we are part of a global economy, and with the hope that California will be exporting a lot overseas, coming into the same guidelines I think would be appropriate and wise. In addition, finding language that basically recognizes the role that IOSCA already plays under federal law they're going to set the guidelines. And so I would hate to see this group over-regulate to the point where this body has to come back together to undo something which will put California further behind from the rest of the country.
Do you know what they say or how they define
they have,
that, sampling?
The procedure, the table of contents includes the basic analytical procedure for the determination of delta-9, THC, procedure for field sampling of industrial hemp stands, method for sample handling and preparation, basic method for determination of THC and hemp seed oil, sampling of non-viable cannabis seed for viability tests. I mean, they've got a whole laundry list with definitions, and to the extent that we don't have to wordsmith it, that would just be one of my recommendations as not as a copy and paste necessarily, although as a lawyer, we do that all the time, but certainly as recognition that, okay, perhaps there are definitions that can be used or other terminologies instead of trying to rework that wheel.
Yeah. So the board members that looked into this did look at the Canadian rules. Is there anything in particular in Canada's rules that you would recommend using that you're aware of?
I'd be happy to actually submit that. I want to take I'm way past my 3 minutes anyway, but I'd be happy to submit that just for your review.
Cool, thank you.
Wow.
All right, next up.
Frank Brown, Rayland Farms, San Luis Obispo County. We're a completely integrated from seed to extraction laboratory for CBD isolate production. And under our control, and this year we grew with ourselves and our partners approximately 400 acres in San Luis Obispo County. We've done extensive testing with our own captive analytical lab that we have. And what we found is we can basically make criminals out of ourselves or stay within the 0.3 guideline by testing procedures, or sampling procedures, I should say. The vast majority of the cannabinoids are in the flowers. Okay. The stalks and stems are pretty much inert. They're produced in the trichomes of the plant. If we sample only flowers, we can produce high results on almost any field that's produced. If we're allowed to sample stems, stalks, seeds, leaf material, we can reduce that analytical result by approximately 75%. So I would hope the board takes into account that we're trying to allow the farmers to grow and not make criminals out of the farmers. A German study done in 2013 concluded that at 0.3%, it takes approximately 100 puffs on a marijuana cigarette to get a modest psychoactive effect. Here in California, you can go down to any corner dispensary and buy 18% THC and take one hit and eat potato chips all afternoon. So I don't think trying to control the THC that's available to the public by limiting, the ability to produce industrial hemp by the farmer is going to serve the purpose here. Basically, we've got to quit looking at reruns of reefer madness and move this forward and allow farmers to be farmers.
All right, let me follow up a quick question. Since you guys were growing it and testing it, or I should say sampling it and testing it, what were you doing to get the low results? Were you doing the whole plant? Were you doing, the top half of the plant? What was going on?
If we're just taking the flowers, the 3 or 4 inches of the flower itself and testing it, we could be close to that threshold limit of 0.3, sometimes higher. But if we cut back a few inches or ground up the whole plant, we could reduce that down to less than 0.1%. So it's really it's the sampling technique that's going to make a huge difference about what the final results are going to be and whether that plant's going to be considered cannabis or industrial hemp. And I really think we need to consider the purpose of the board and these regulations that we're trying to create, and that is to allow farmers to be farmers and not make us criminals.
I had a quick question. If you appreciate the comments, if you cut half the plant, the top half, where do you think that might come in from based on your experience? I'm just curious.
I guess it really depends on, the type of plant you have. Some plants tend to be tall and, lean, and others tend to be short and bushy. So it really depends on what percentage of flower you have in that sampling. I think that ultimately, I think that the whole plant should be sampled if you want a true, accurate result. In other words, maybe initially, if you take a small sampling and composite from different plants, and you have a result that's above the threshold a little bit, you go back and test those same plants. Tag those plants initially. That's what we always did. We kept track of every plant we sampled from, and go back and retest those plants and include more of that inert material, and you can reduce that result significantly. So I think, like in Merced County, I think the sheriffs went in there and selectively took the sampling that they thought they needed to get the result that they desired. If they would have gone back and tested the whole plant, it would have changed the results and not result in a condemnation of that 196 acres.
Quick question. So in your example about the 18%, if you were to test the top third of the plant with something that's 18% THC, that could never get it down to less than 0.3%?
No, you never would. You're going to reduce it by about 75%, because 75% of the plant's inert by weight.
All right, go ahead, Patrick.
Good morning, Patrick Goggin, Homewood Law Group. I just want to reiterate a couple points that have been raised. Under the California definition, it's all parts of the plant, so it's similar to the federal definition. Around the country, what's the progressive approach is multiple plants, top part of the plant, all parts of the plant. Maybe, I think in Oregon, it's a third of the plant. I think you're on the right track with both males and females. Look, to reiterate what was just said, this whole 0.3% THC thing is random. It was adopted. It was, I think it was a capitalistic venture that stuck us with this, but we are stuck with it for the time being, and eventually we'll change it at the federal level. But we're trying to incorporate a crop for our farmers, and we're not working to somehow stigmatize them as criminals or even subject them to these economic losses. So you need to look at a testing protocol and sampling protocol that works with the farmers to find the best middle path approach to avoid this lack of compliance. And I also encourage you, and I know we're talking about testing later, but talk to other departments about what they're doing in terms of, don't quote me on this, but fudge factor. We can round up, we can round down. They're doing it in other states. Let's find a sampling protocol, look to other states, and work to find something that is for the farmers. We don't want to give, Sheriff Robinson more work, right? All right, thanks.
I appreciate your little speech, but you didn't really have a suggestion on what you think the sample should be.
I think the sample should be exactly what you're looking at. Multiple random samples from each field. Probably the top third of the plant is being done, homogenized, broken down, males and females, all of it, really, because we're not, as was pointed out, the THC, the cannabinoids are principally in the flowers. We need to distribute it throughout, and it's a policy, and the policy is that we're trying to incorporate an agricultural crop, not deem our farmers criminals. And it's ridiculous that we're even having this discussion, but we are. And eventually I think we'll be at 1%. Right now we got to work with this 0.3%, but it is, it's not scientific. That's the point. And we're working with a scientific or, trying to work within science to meet this threshold that really is not based in science. So let's work with the farmers to find that sampling protocol that gets them the least likeliest to not comply with it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Next.
Hi, good morning. My name is Richard D'Andrade from Solar Incorporated. We're considering, actually, we're going to be using certified seed. And regarding to the testing, I think there's a lot of information that's been done scientifically already by communities, universities, and certifying bodies around the world to determine how, in the first place, they got to how can they certify a seed to produce a plant consistently over, years. That has been tested for less than 0.3%. So I think one of the things you guys need to do is look at some of that work. It's there, it's published, whether it's OECD work or the Canadians or Australia, New Zealand, like Karen was saying. And that should give you some idea because of the differences that we're going to have, whether it's from the law enforcement side or a misunderstanding of what the federal rules are, and the protocols need to be set so that everybody's on the same page. So if sheriff goes, then they're using the same principles to do the testing so that you avoid all this confusion. Because if there is a mismatch in the wording and we're, kind of wordsmithing things and, the law enforcement has one thing, the feds have one thing, then it's going to be just all over the place. So I think we really need to take the regulation and make it consistent with what we've known has been done before, because you couldn't get to a certified seed if there wasn't a scientific protocol to do the testing. And I think that's what should be followed so that you can have some kind of consistency in our standards in the state, and that will just help everybody, because then law enforcement will know that this is the protocol that's being used. This is how we should do the testing. The farmers are going to know. Business people are going to know. And everybody just follows one book. But if we kind of get off and try to decide, well, is it the upper third or is it the lower third? Is the whole plant, is it a seed or not or whatever? We're going to have all these differing rules on, how do we establish the protocol? And I think the testing thing is to establish what is the protocol. How should the sampling be done in terms of if it's random or not? From a mathematical point of view, I believe it has to be random to be statistically representative under sampling guidelines. And those are things I think, you guys need to consider in making a decision, for the industry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your question? No.
Any questions? No?
Thanks.
Okay. Wayne?
Hi, good morning. Wayne Richmond, California Hemp Association, Executive Director. I would like to voice the concerns of our members, and that is for the whole plant testing, male, female, homogenized testing. Otherwise, we are starting to paint our farmers into a cannabis corner that they don't want to be in, and we don't want them in. So I would vote strongly for that. Also, I wanted to ask a question. What is the false positives that we are looking at percentage-wise on these tests? Because false positives happen in every scientific test known to mankind. So I'd like to know what it is that we're looking at in terms of false positives, how we're going to deal with that, because those will come up.
Thank you, Wayne. In regards to the false positives, I think there is protocol where if you test hot the first time, above 0.3 but below 1%, then you do get a second chance to have it tested again. Is that right, Joshua?
Yeah, and so to be clear, so for the board members, and we can bring it up, there is a copy of what will be Section 81006D, which provides the law regarding sampling and testing. So if you want to scroll down to number 5, right there is the provision that provides for retests. Or number 6.
And
One
who's
or the other.
picking up
Anyways,
the
it's there.
cost of the retests?
Number 6 is the one that provides for a retest, but it's for those between 0.3% and 1%.
Okay. And if there's a false positive, who picks up the cost of the additional tests? No, it's a good question. Shrugging the shoulders ain't going to cut it for the farmer. Sorry.
The cannabis side, the lab picks
Yeah, but if you already have a false positive from the lab, why would you allow them to have any further handling of the product whatsoever? You'd want a different lab.
Well, I think the way we had it written was that the farmer gets to choose the laboratory.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure that that's still in place, yes?
We'll talk about testing in just a minute.
Okay, great.
All right, so we're still reminding everyone we're on testing, and the questioning, I'm sorry, I say sampling. And the questioning really is, how much of the plant is going to be tested? Is it just going to be in the very top where the flower is, the top third, half of the plant, the whole plant, and whether it's going to be just females or both male and females, and how random that's going to be. So that's what is the board, that's not defined in law, so as the board, we're trying to figure that out, and taking some of our comments from the audience, we probably would want to make it as easy for the farmer as possible to pass, if they are faithfully growing industrial hemp. But go ahead, please, next commenter.
My name is Rene Garcia at Kern County 4G Farming. Had a question, especially over this whole testing, the top third, bottom third. What's really the cost difference between just testing the whole plant as opposed to, like they're saying, the top 13 inches or top third? Because it seems to me the easy solution is just test the whole plant. But is there a cost component to it as to why we just can't test the whole plant, 5 whole plants?
No, there's no cost difference.
So I figured, wouldn't that just be the natural solution?
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, because I think what would happen is they would just take the whole plant, grind it up, and then the actual amount that's tested would just be a very small amount.
Okay. And the other question was, how would this board protect the emerging profitability of farming for high-grade CBD producing hemp plants from less profitable fiber-heavy hemp varieties that could cross-pollinate and ruin high CBD grade fields from, out in the wild? Out in the field from farming.
All right, well, I think that's another topic, so we can talk about that one a little bit later.
Right, no problem, just curious.
Yeah, we'll stay on this agenda item for right now, but if you want to bring that back up at the end, we do have an open period for anyone to make a comment if you want to bring that back.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks. David, did you have a question before?
I do. If you could clarify, Josh, for me, because I'm having a hard time. I appreciate the comments about, I'll just grind up the whole plant, test the whole plant, but when we go back to what the law says now in California, I read it, it specifically says random sampling of the dried flowering tops of the industrial hemp grown.
Correct.
If we're grinding up the whole plant, that's not the dried flowering tops. And my understanding is there's no legal definition of dried flowering tops. We're establishing what dried flowering tops is?
Correct, yeah. I mean, we're discussing that as the board as far as whether or not that term needs further clarification, and if so, what that would be. But correct, the law does require a THC test report for the grower of a random sampling of dried flowering tops of the industrial hemp grown. And so we want to make sure that the grower is achieving that obligation in the law.
1409 also says the department shall establish by regulation the sampling procedures, including all of the following. And then in D it says, or C it says, the plant parts to be included in a sample.
Right.
So I think that might make it easy for the ag commissioners if they all go out there with the same type of grinding equipment and just grind up 5 plants, put it into a composite sample.
I don't think they're grinding in the field.
Well, they could come out there with some sort of chipper or something. I
Well,
don't know.
the labs
throw
do
the whole,
The
throw
labs
the
do
whole
that.
thing in.
Labs will do, yeah, the grinding and drying.
Yeah, that's why you have the labs.
I'd like to
But
comment on that, because you guys have the concerns about contamination in labs. If you're talking about
Yeah.
sending somebody out in the field and grinding these samples, they're going to be greatly exacerbated as far as contamination, taking equipment out in the field. So, but I agree with David Robinson's comments, is that currently the law specifies dried flowering tops, and I think to move this item on, we should focus on what that definition is, and not argue. While I may agree with the farming community, it's going to lower the lab result, but current law specifies dried flowering tops, and we need to work around that language.
I think if you look at the plants out in the field, the whole plant is basically flower, or in most cases. So it's arguable that the whole plant's the flowering top. It's also giving us the room here to identify what the plant parts to be included in a sample are. So maybe it doesn't have to be ground up, but the commissioner can go out there and chop it up into a bag, all 5 different plants, and then the lab can grind it up.
Well, a flowering top is a bud. The laterals are buds. So you're taking parts of the plant that are at the top of the plant. The laterals are the laterals. And what are the leaves for? The leaves for photosynthesis. And our purpose on the sampling that Allison and I did was grinding up and homogenize the whole plant in a lab, all parts. And I still support that, all parts, because that supports the farmers. And with Mother Nature, it supports Mother Nature. And it supports the female plant. It doesn't support the male plant. Hermaphrodites do happen because in nature, the plant wants to produce seed, so it needs pollen. So why do you want to grow male plants that can pollinate your female plants?
Thank you, Richard. I think we have one more commenter.
Yeah, hello. My name is Jeremy Simonek with Canaderm, and I just want to recommend that we use, if we can't change the language of whole plant, at least use a whole branch, because we do use the entire stalk. So why not, if we can't change the language of whole plant, why not use that entire branch from the top down to the main stalk? At least give us, something in there, And then also, Nevada has on their OSHA certified seed that for the first year there are no limitations imposed. Just want to bring that up to you guys. I can leave this here too.
All right.
That's Nevada's Department of Food requirements for.
All right, thank you very much. I don't know, should we continue or maybe have a bathroom break? We've been at it a while. All right, it's a bit of a complicated topic. Why don't we have a 10-minute bathroom break, and then we'll come back. We can have some discussion on it and try to come to a solution on the sampling methods.
Could I make a quick suggestion real quick before then, just to clarify? I think both the stamen and the pistillate of a dioecious plant are flowers. So technically the male would be a flower as well. And if we just want to do flowering tops, I would suggest the top third. Measure the plant, 30 inches, take the top 10.
All right, bathroom break, 10 minutes from now. We'll come back.
I think it's given us.
All right, everyone, we need to take your seats. We need to get started again. So all of the board members get up to the take your seats. Hello?
The board members can please come up and take your seats. I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, John Rulak, Matt McLean, Josh Chase, we get you guys up here.
There it is.
Matt, we see you in the back. If you could come on up. All right. We're sending the sheriff out to get you guys, so. Yeah, the benefits of having a sheriff on the board.
All right, thank you so much, David. It's good to have a sheriff on the board. All right, here comes Matt.
I have no jurisdiction up here, but you know.
Yeah.
Don't mess with the sheriff.
All right, we're still looking for John Rulak. Here he comes.
So before we went on break, Matt McLean had a couple of quick suggestions, and I know we had a couple of people that were waiting to make comments. If we can, we were talking about trying to move through sampling with a couple more comments, and we'll move on to testing, then we'll come back around to everything and try to get some, at least some kind of a resolution as much as possible today. So Matt, if you wanted to repeat what your comments were outgoing, and then we've got I think we had a couple of comments before moving on.
Sure. I'm no botanist, but both the stamen and pistillate, I think, are forms of the flower and a dioecious crop. So the male would scientifically qualify as a flower. And then also, just for, I guess, the sake of argument, taking a dried flowering top, if we can just move towards the top third of the plant, I think that would help. So if it's a 30-inch plant, we take the top 10.
All right.
Including laterals.
Yes. Anything branching above it.
I was going to say what he just said, so just that includes, you know, some lateral sides of it as well.
Yeah, that's above that point, yeah. All right, we had a couple of comments.
So I recognize, Mary Bright, Golden State Hemp Farm. I recognize that you guys are all talking about the top of the plant, but when that 0.3 was originally established, it said that it was supposed to come from the young, vigorous leaves of relatively mature plants as a guide. So how have we gone from that to the top of the plant where most of the sweet spot is, if you want to call it that? It's a question.
Is that a question?
Yeah, that's a question.
Okay.
How did we get there?
Can you clarify where was the language that you're referring to coming from?
This was Ernst Moll and Arthur Cronquist in an article in Taxon. And that's where the Canadians started their stuff from. They were the ones that originally came up with the 0.3, and even they said that it was an arbitrary number even at that time. And then the other comment that I had is, it says the sample shall consist of the dried flowering tops. It doesn't say only the dried flowering tops. So I think we can probably test any parts of the plant. It's not exclusionary.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
All right, next we got Kevin.
Hi, my name's Justin Eve. I'm with 7 Generations Producers out of Sutter County. We're organic farmers. We're focused on introduction of new cash crops and farming practices for the changing future. One thing, maybe an idea to kick around, we've been contemplating the top 1/3 of the plant, and I'm just thinking about implementation in the field, actually collecting those samples with the farmers or breeder alongside of the commission, and how that would actually pan out. And one thing, after talking with a lot of different hemp farmers that grew across the nation this year, I think maybe it would be something to think about is suggesting that maybe not just focusing on the top part of the plant, because that could be the most ripe or prime for high levels of THC, but maybe if we cut out the middle section and focus on maybe a top third and bottom third, or maybe top 12 inches, bottom 12 inches of the stalk, and anything attached to that stem. So essentially you're taking now, cutting the whole plant down, which is expensive for the farmer. You have to remember that this could be some good value there. But if you take the entire plant down and then you measure, because it's very measurable, the middle stem of the stalk, you can measure that 12 inches. Okay, that section's going to go into a bag. And then the top section, that 12 inches, that goes in a bag. That's basically homogenized best as possible. You're leaving out the middle section. It could be most ripe and most unripe. And then also you're including your stems, seed, and then your leaves as well. So that could be maybe the happy median between not too ripe and completely ripe, and then maybe that'd be the best way to homogenize. So something to think about as we go back and forth in this top 1/3 versus ripe and not ripe. Thanks, appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Justin. Next.
Hi, I'm Sajid Amor, just a hemp enthusiast. I would like to cultivate hemp for next year, 2019. So I just have a few pointers here. You know, we need to determine what kind of cultivar we're talking about and what kind of use is it for. Is it for CBD, or is it for fiber, or is it for seed consumption? Because they all have different characteristics. So the plant, for instance, if it's for fiber, it won't have barely any biomass. It will have very little biomass. So whatever branches we're talking about cutting and testing won't be the same as if it's for a CBD cultivar. That's one side of the spectrum here that we need to consider when we're testing for different uses of hemp. Either way, we want to test, but I don't see the use of testing hemp that is destined for hempcrete or fiber to be tested for THC. I mean, most of the THC is found in the flowers, so we won't be able to find any THC, or very little traces amount. You probably would need a couple acres just to, that is equivalent of a regular dose for someone to use. So what I suggest is maybe doing more detailed testing for food consumption, if it's for seed and CBD, maybe do more testing, like, because there's false results out there, maybe 2 or 3 testings. And if it's destined for fiber, maybe just do a simple testing and test the whole plant as well, male and female, since male is actually the one that has the flowers, and the female plant actually does not contain any flowers. It's just buds. So if we're talking about like a flower, these are just my suggestions, knowing the different characteristics of hemp are very, very different from each other. So these are the things I can add to the board. So basic tests for fiber and hempcrete, test the whole plant, male and female, and also maybe looking into being in harmony with other countries that are growing hemp and been growing hemp for many years, like France, East Europe, and especially if we're talking about importing different tissue culture and plants and cultivars from them, they raised, thinking about raising it to 1% THC, and also maybe, so to look out for the hemp farmers, maybe create a procedure of THC removal if they do happen to go above that.
Thanks. If we could just keep our comments for right now, if we are sampling, I appreciate it, and we'll come back around to those, so if you want to come back up and address some of those other issues too.
Thank you.
Cool, thank you.
Rene Garcia, 4G Farming. Just want to offer a suggestion, I think, regarding the whole dry flowering top issue. What I think is the simplest solution for the dry flowering top is not to change the language, but to simply redefine what dry flowering top means. By simply defining it as every part of the plant above 5 inches from the soil shall be considered the dry flowering top, and the sample must be taken from that part. So if you cut it at least 5 inches from the soil, you got the whole plant. And I think that would solve that issue. It's just changing the definition. That we would have to worry about changing the language. It's just, what does the definition mean for commercial hemp? Well, if we say, well, anything that's growing 5 inches from the soil will be considered the dry flowering top, I think that would satisfy all for everybody. Just a suggestion.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Mr. Ayers?
Yes, GV Ayers with Gentle Rivers Consulting. Just wanted to point out in your summary here, the italicized words, which are, it says, these are in SB 1409, the sample shall consist of dried flowering tops. That language is not in SB 1409. It was in existing law, part of that was, but what it does say is it's in section, Food and Agriculture Code, section 8106, subparagraph D1, says, obtain a laboratory test report containing the THC levels of random sampling of the dried flowering tops of the industrial hemp grown. That's already in existing law. 1409 doesn't change that at all. That's already there. But what 1409 does do is it adds after that sampling shall occur no more than 30 days before harvest, which you have that indicated there. And then the sample collected of THC shall be taken with the grower seeder present, seed breeder present. The department shall establish by regulation sampling procedures including all of the following. And all of the following under that is the number of plants to be sampled per field and any composting of samples. B is the portions to be sampled, the portions of the plant to be sampled. And C is the plant parts to be included in a sample. So in talking about what dried flowering, the random sampling of dried flowering tops for THC, it says that the department has to determine in its sampling standards the portions of the plant to be sampled. So that gives the department the ability to do that. And then also the plant parts to be included in the sample. So I believe that gives leeway for the department and thus the board to make specific recommendations that are otherwise than the very top of the flower.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Ayers. Was there a question from anyone on that? Okay. Do we have anyone else in the audience who'd like to comment? Yes.
And after this comment, let's move on to testing, and then we can come back around to additional public comments.
Hi, Brian Webster with California Hemp. I would just like to say I agree with the commenter, Fernando, who said change the definition to the entire plant 5 inches above, or the dry flowering top is the plant cut 5 inches from above. I think that would be very simple, very clear, and solve a lot of problems and questions.
Thank you very much, Brian. All right, why don't we move ahead? We'll table it for now and come back a little bit later. So we'll move on to our next part, which would be the guidelines for testing for THC content.
Correct. And again, so this is a compilation of what was previously discussed by the board. There are some notes here in italics. Those were recommendations from our chemistry lab staff. As we were going through this, they recommended a few edits or additions on some of these items. So I'll read through them really quickly. So as a recommendation from the board that the department approve laboratory as required in SB 1409, soon to be section 81006D, I believe 5. Anyway, soon to be in law effective January 1st. That requires the department to approve a laboratory. The recommendation from the board was an ISO IEC 17025 accredited laboratory. Basically, any laboratory that was ISO accredited would qualify as a department approved lab. The department approved testing method. The recommendation from the board was gas chromatography with flame ionization detector. The recommendation from our laboratory staff was also to include other testing methods that they felt were also valuable, so as not to limit the testing options available. So those included gas chromatography coupled to mass spectrometry, liquid chromatography coupled to mass spectrometry, and liquid chromatography with ultraviolet detector. And I apologize if I pronounced any of that incorrectly. In addition, the board made a few other recommendations, that the laboratory shall develop and implement a chain of custody protocol to ensure accurate documentation of the transport, handling, storage, and destruction of samples, that each sample be maintained and tested separately, that all plant parts submitted within the sample be processed and tested as a single sample, and no plant parts be removed during sample preparation and testing. The board recommended that the samples be dried. Originally, there was a recommendation down to no more than 13% water content on a dry way, no more than 13% water content. However, our laboratory staff recommended an amendment to that samples be dried to a constant weight before analysis. There was a recommendation from the board that samples be milled to a homogeneous powder-like consistency using a 1 millimeter screen and then combined. If THC content passed, the sample should be retained by the lab for 30 days. If the THC content was between 0.3 and 1%, the sample should be retained for 60 days. The registrant and commissioner should be notified of test results within 10 days of sampling, and that the results report would include the date of sampling. So are there any comments or discussion from the board on any of those items before we move back out to public comment?
Sure, I can start there. I think it's important that we bring the THC testing in line with the federal farm bill that's going to be passed, in which they specify the Delta 9 content. In California law, there seems to be no specification there, so I think it can create some confusion on whether we're testing Delta 9 THC, total THC, and whether that includes THCA. For example, seeing samples from other states in which the Delta 9 THC content is under 0.3%, but the total THC content is over 0.3%. And I think that could cause confusion for farmers and consumers as well.
All right, do we have any other comments from the board on this? Okay, how about, do we have any comments from the audience?
George Bianchini, SG Farms. Matt, to some of your concerns on that, the federal guidelines also call for post-decarboxylation. So either way, it throws all forms into that, the way I understand it. And that is what runs against the way California's laws right now. It's just calling for THC. In other words, the way the plant produces it rather than it being manipulated mechanically. The Nevada law is that way, where it's THC only. In fact, their test only shows THC. They are going to implement in 2020 the new federal law. I think that eventually we're going to have to conform to the federal law, as even in the wording it says that the states can adopt and change certain things as long as it's not loosening. So in other words, you can't raise the THC level or some of the things that are in the law as it's written. Some of the other concerns on the testing would be the moisture. So in other words, if we're going to tie that to moisture, it'll vary within 30 minutes of a testing. So there should be, when something is failing by 100th or, a small amount, that it should be able to go on a graph based on a sliding scale of moisture. For instance, a 5%, in other words, a very dry bud, if it's left to dry, say, in a hoop house or greenhouse in the field when it's still 100 degrees out and may get dry very fast. So you can go from 5% moisture to 13% moisture and have the difference between passing and failing. So maybe some considerations are that the lab should do it on a sliding scale to say that at that percentage, this is what the THC would be. Plus, all the labs in California for right now that are testing the marijuana strains, they are doing a calculation called total THC. So that is a calculation based on a decarboxylation model of a multiplier of 0.877, which basically releases a atom carbon from the THCA and other components to turn it into THC, and therefore it loses some weight as the CO2 contained in it is off-gassed. So my point being is that all of these different things come into play on how the testing works. For hemp, it should not be included with that 0.877 reduction, because that is an automatic test that's done so that people consuming marijuana know exactly what that count is going to be, because it may have THCA that's going to be converted to THC, but it's not a 1-to-1. On industrial hemp, it should be done just the way that it comes off the plant. So in other words, once we open the door towards manual manipulation, which is decarboxylation, some of those same things need to come into play on how we're reading the tests. Otherwise, it's going to be very unfair to the farmers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And just one comment. I think when we talked last month when we were here, I think in the process of gas chromatography, it actually does decarboxylate the THCA to THC, although I'm not sure about liquid chromatography with that. But all right, next person.
Rene Garcia, 4G Farming. On the same topic, is THC the only thing that's going to be required to be tested for? Have a couple partners, and we all have questions like, will there be testing for pesticides, heavy metals, CBD percentages? Because that tends to be a bit of a concern with some of the pharmaceutical companies that want the high-grade CBD. So will any of that be required as well, or just strictly THC testing?
So currently, the California law that we're discussing here today only requires THC testing. It does not include testing for any other components. If there are other laws that might apply to what's being grown or produced that might require things like pesticide testing, those may apply. That's something we haven't explored too far, and again, it would be outside the scope of anything this board is working on. So there's no leeway or authority for us to include that within this program, but it may be required in order to comply with other general California laws for all crops.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, Wayne.
Hi, Wayne Richmond, California Hemp Association. So I'm curious, I don't see a definition for constant weight. And as an English major, it means nothing to me in this context. So can we have a moisture content? Can we have a definition of what that is?
Yeah, I'm not a chemist, so I wouldn't be able to give you one,
Okay.
but if there are suggestions from the board or from the public on that particular item and how to better specify it, we're certainly open to it.
I think since we're talking about moisture content, it seems to be the majority of the conversation preceding this that we ought to, that should be defined relative to moisture content. Or at least give us the definition that the scientist intended with that. I know scientists, and I still don't know what that means, constant weight, unless we're talking atomic weight, which is a constant weight of a molecule. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Wayne. Patrick?
Patrick Goggin. Just wanted to reiterate a point I mentioned earlier in that with the 0.3 threshold limitation, that it would be helpful to speak to other departments around the country, particularly Colorado, because they do some rounding down. And I know that the language says between 0.3% and 1%, but for the board to consider in making recommendations to the department that a below 0.35% be deemed within the standard 0.3%, especially if we're talking about, and I know that there's some discussion around potentially harmonizing the state definition of hemp with the federal definition, but since there's that 0.87% or 0.877 for the THC conversion consideration, that it makes sense to have this fudge factor. And to the comment prior regarding additional testing, I would anticipate that additional testing will be required at some point through legislation that will be adopted. We know that we don't have a hemp processing, hemp handlers part of our statute, and that's something that is being looked at. We're looking at other state models, particularly Colorado, but that in the processing side, similar to the cannabis manufacturing side, that the key here with the FDA, with CDPH, is safety. these are consumer safety organizations, and what these products are for human and animal consumption, and we need to make sure they're safe, and that those anticipate for future additions for testing in terms of pesticides and other chemicals in there. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Patrick. And we, next person.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tiffany, too, and I'm from the lab, Chemistry Lab, CDFA. And this is just to answer Wayne's question. We are late in the game, so just our department asked if we could help, attending these meetings and help in any capacity. So at the lab, we have been doing some method development, and we've been talking to a lot of other labs who have been, in other states like Colorado and Kentucky. And constant weight. When they work into their methodologies, what they do is that they get samples and then they weight them from the beginning and then dry them over the process of drying until they get a constant weight. The weight doesn't change anymore, so that's how they define constant weight. That's all I have.
So that would basically mean fully dried, is what
No,
they...
no, it's just constant weight. I guess it won't dry anymore.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that, I don't know what dry, if you can get 100% dry or not.
Okay, great. Thank you, Tiffany.
Tiffany, while you're with us, real quick, what would be your preferred testing methodology with the CDFA?
So regarding instrumentation or the
Yeah,
extraction?
instrumentation, the method.
So we are right now looking at two methods, both the gas chromatograph and liquid chromatograph coupled with mass spectrometry. I know that from Dr. Lamb's presentation that even different instrumentation could give rise to different results, and I know that is a big concern for everyone, for all the growers. So we're going to look at all our both methods and see which one is suitable.
All right, Tiffany, I had a question. Does the gas chromatography and the liquid chromatography, does that decarboxylate the THCA to THC?
Yes, you mentioned that the GC, because of the injector liner, it is very hot, and it will decarboxylate some of the acid into the THC. So if we only look at THC and not the carboxylation, then the LC, because of a more gentle method, it will not decarboxylate. So you will get THC and then THCA. Now for GC, the decarboxylation process is not complete. So you will get some of the acids that decarboxylated, but only, I think, 60 to 80% of that will. So the number, you will get different numbers using different instruments. So depending on the labs will have to decide on how they're going to use those numbers and report.
Okay. I'm thinking of a situation where somebody does a test and it might come out to be below 0.3% THC, but then if you add the acid to it, then it can come out ahead. And that could be a problem.
Yeah. I think all hemp testing labs know that, and yes. So I guess it depends on the regulations and how the regulatory body would like to do. If just THC, then I would say the LC methods would give a lower THC number or whatever the THC number, and then the LC method will also give an acid THCA result. And then if you want to do the conversion, that is up to the lab or the regulation. But for the GC, all the THCA, well, only about 60 to 80% of THCA will be converted to THC. And then you get a total THC.
Great, thank you, Tiffany. And just to check with Josh, in the California language, it actually only specifies THC, but in the federal language, it says the decarboxylated THC. Delta 9
So,
THC.
yeah, California language simply says THC. It doesn't further specify in any way. We did, and it was added on a driveway basis via SB 1409. federal law, which I was looking at what's under consideration. I was trying to look at it quickly this morning since that was when I received it. I believe right now, federal law currently says Delta 9 THC, and as Mr. Bianchini was mentioning, it does require testing that includes decarboxylation. I think there's some additional language there, but it basically would either be a decarboxylation or some kind of a calculation to account for that. But that is included in the Farm Bill language that's under consideration. But that's something I looked at it for about 2 minutes before the meeting this morning, so we'll have to look at it further. Hopefully that answered your question.
Larry, it's John Rulik had a question for Tiffany and also Josh. Any comments about the suggestion of rounding down at 0.35 or less to be calculated as a 0.3?
I have not done a lot of research on that, but rounding down in scientific term, if it is less than 0.5, then you round down, but more than that, you round up. So if you're saying that 0.399, we would, in the scientific term, we would consider that 0.4 and not 0.3. So I don't know if that's the case or not. I haven't really done any research.
Just to be clear, so everyone hears Patrick Goggin was speaking up in the back. His suggestion is to round down from 0.35. Tiffany, while you're as far as rounding, for most of the tests there are certain tolerances, correct? For as far as within a certain range, if the requirement is to hit a certain percentage, you usually have like a certain range that you're supposed to stay within. I don't know how much research you've been able to find on THC testing at this point regarding tolerances, but is that something you might be able to speak to a little bit?
Well, in any methodologies, we have what we call a measurement uncertainty, and you have to determine that during your method development or validation. So there is always a certain amount of uncertainty that you have to build into your process. And while I'm up here, I would like to have a push for the constant weight. And one of the concerns that I've been hearing from the grower is that inconsistent lab results. And so, that the variation in water content would really add to, because it is the THC content is based on weight. And so the water amount content would add to this and would change it would give you variable results. So to have a constant weight would help with this issue. That's why, and it's easier for us also, for the lab also. That's all I have.
All right, thank you very much, Tiffany. That was very helpful.
Thanks.
All right, next speaker.
Frank Brown, Rayland Farms. I'm just kind of a dumb engineer, so I'm a little bit out of my element when I talk about the analytics here, but my organic chemist, he pointed out to me recently that laboratories testing for THC will sometimes show both the results of THC-A as well as THC, and each cannabinoid is listed separately, but this usually will depend on the type of test used. For example, your high-performance liquid chromatography, the THC-A is not decarboxylated, and both the THC-A and the THC will show up in the test, but if the laboratory is using gas chromatography, the THC, as the previous speaker spoke, is decarboxylated and therefore will show up mostly as THC, but not all of it. So the type of testing parameters platform that's used is going to make a difference in what the results are going to be.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, this is Richard Andron again from Solari. Looking over the 297A in the proposed Farm Bill, it says Delta 9 THC, and the states may not regulate less than the federal regulation. They can regulate more than. In other words, you can make it stricter. Given the the variances in methodologies, I think you guys need to consider that to be in line with the federal regulations, not to be less restrictive. You would want to select the methodology that allows you to be within that framework, so that you would not be interpreted by the feds as to be less restrictive, allowing a more loose regulatory environment where you could have a conflict with the feds, and then, you know, we're all going to get hurt if that happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard.
Quickly, if I could, George Bianchini, maybe we could pass this around. Here's an actual test results. In fact, this was just done yesterday. This will give you an example. This particular strain, one of mine, has 0 THC. There's absolutely no THC. We grow this specifically in Nevada. It passes every time. But with some, if you're going to decarboxylate, this strain with no THC will fail the test. And I will call your attention, it's got a total of 17.61. You're going to see the no THC because it's not listed on here. But then under the THCA, you're going to see it comes in at 0.57. Then you're going to see that 0.877 calculation, which turns it into THC. And so this will give you a visual on what it is that we're talking about related to that.
Before you hand that out, so anything you give to the board will be included in the minutes and will be a public record, so I just want to make sure you're clear on that before you do so.
That's fine.
All
All
right,
right.
just making sure.
They're not so interested in me anymore, I sue back.
Yeah, can you clarify with that calculation, after the calculation, what does it calculate the THC to be?
At 0.50. So it goes from 0.57 as a THCA, which is a completely different cannabinoid. Once it is mechanically changed with heat, then it is 0.50 THC.
Okay, and
That's done for the calculation through the marijuana side of this industry so that somebody knows, and that only makes a difference. And the THCA is only psychoactive when it's converted to THC through smoking it or through testing it. But to make CBD out of it, and unless you're going to smoke this product, which I don't know really too many people that smoke industrial hemp, but that's the only time that that conversion would happen. So for folks that are going to make CBD out of it, they're going to make blue jeans out of it, ball caps, hempcrete, it makes absolutely no difference. Thank you.
All right, Patrick.
I just want to add one more thing, Patrick Goggin. To the comment regarding being in line with the federal guidelines, under the Hemp Farming Act, states need to submit plans to the U.S. Department of Agriculture for approval. There are minimum requirements within those plans. One of them is compliance with the THC requirements. So this is something that the state and the department will have an opportunity through consultation and submission of its plans to the U.S. Department of Agriculture to have this issue worked through so there is clarity and that we're all on the same page. So to that point, that we're not putting our farmers in jeopardy. Thank you.
All right, any other comments from the public? All right, any other comments from the board on this? Josh?
Yeah, I thought about this, and to standardize this protocol and make it more consistent between farm advisors, I suggest that we take the sample within the middle third of the plant, have these samples approximately 10 inches in length, and have this a homogeneous sample of all of the plant consisting of all stems, leaves, and flower within the middle third of the plant. I think that stays within the spirit of the federal law, and I think it stays within how we can interpret the SB 1409.
All right, well, we're getting back to sampling on that right there. We're all right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Any other comments on testing, I guess, and/or sampling from the audience? Okay, any other comments from the board? All right, I think, do we want to try to come up with a sampling method or vote on it? It seems like we have a lot of opinions with that.
Yeah, I mean, there have been various recommendations along here, so if the board wants to come up with something at this moment, I know it's afternoon, we normally take a lunch break. If the board wants to have a little bit of discussion, go to lunch and come back and do that, I think we'd be fine with that too, but that's kind of up to the board. Looks like Tom's got a comment.
Moving up to the mic here.
Go for it.
I think what we need to consider the board and audience, is standard, making this simple. You know, it seems pretty simple in a way. Well, top third, but we got lateral branches, we got all these parts of the plant. Make the approach as simple and understandable as possible so that the sheriff, the ag commissioner could understand what we're trying to sample, you know, what part of the plant we're trying to sample. And, you know, 5 inches up from the bottom, I don't know. All I'm concerned about is that we get a uniform, simple sampling method that includes the laterals and not just the top third of the plant. And I don't know how to do that really, but simple is what I'm stressing here.
It seems to me that the only two real issues on the sampling side that need editing would be this definition of the dried flowering tops, and then to change avoid sampling males to include sampling males. And for me, I'm pretty much okay with everything on the sampling side.
Yeah, I wanted to just say it's, you know, how much of the plant are we going to sample? The farther down we go, probably the lower the THC value, or yeah, that would be in it. It just said that in our protocol, it says to include the flowering tops, and that could literally be the entire plant would include the flowering tops. So I personally would be in favor of doing either, you know, the entire plant, you know, 5 inches from the ground, or at least half of the whole plant, because we would really, that would eliminate a lot of problems with farmers testing hot with it. If it is, you know, a marijuana crop, that's going to be quite obvious, even if you test the entire plant with it. That's just my opinion. Anyone else on the board?
I agree with you. Do the entire plant.
I think, you know, Rick's office and the ag commissioners throughout the state, you know, are obviously going to be that first level of testing. And I know from the law enforcement side, if you don't tell us specifically what we're supposed to do, we'll just do it however we do it. So I think whatever the group comes up with, whether it's the whole plant, 5 inches off the ground, a third in the middle, it needs to just have specific language, so that way when Rick's crew goes out or my crew goes out, they know exactly what to do.
Rick?
And I appreciate that point coming from a sheriff, but we need a definition of what a dried flowering top is. So I don't know if CDFA can do that, but we need a definition of what that consists of.
I mean, that's what the discussion is right now, is what is a flowering top as used in the requirement for testing, and in how can we stay within the spirit of the law and making sure that we're doing the testing that's required. So,
And to further that, I'm all for helping the farmers out. We want to keep farmers in business. But currently as written, I disagree with the interpretation of a couple people here, in that it says it shall consist of the dried flowering tops. So by including the entire plant in that, I would be submitting written comments that the law is going to need to be further defining that, because to me, that does not mean the entire plant. And we're going to need a directive from CDFA. Because I don't think, and me personally, I do not think that sampling the entire plant is consistent with the spirit of what this says.
Right. All right. Well, that's a good analysis. I would tend to think that when it said shall consist of the dried flowering tops, they were trying to avoid having somebody sample just a stem.
Hill, can you bring up the code section real quick, because that's at the very top of that, just so that we were on the same page about this.
Yeah, that's not in the code, so.
So this is the new code. This is what will be effective January 1st, 2019. As was mentioned earlier, this section didn't change. And it says that the grower is required to obtain a laboratory test report indicating the THC levels of a random sampling of the dried flowering tops of the industrial hemp grown. Now, it does obviously give the department, and by extension the board, some discretion as far as what portions of the plant are being sampled and included in that sample. But it does require a test report indicating the THC levels of a random sampling of the dry flowering tops of the industrial hemp ground. So that's the definition and the the consideration that's being discussed here is that it's the intent, what is the intent of that, and how do we best accomplish that, and making sure that we're consistent.
That's from which law, SB
This-
1409?
Yeah, this is straight out of SB 1409. This will be the law as of January 1st. And actually, that section, I don't believe, changed at all via SB 1409. I believe, other than it used to be F and now it's D. I think otherwise it's the same, that paragraph.
Let me jump in here. It also defines it, though, below, again, in section B, as the portions of the plant to be sampled, or what I have supposed to define is what portions of the plant are to be sampled and the plant parts to be included in the sample. And I think it's arguable that in most cases, the whole plant is a flowering top of the plant. The flowers are going to go all the way down the stem. So I think if we standardize it to, somewhere in the middle there, it kind of stays in the spirit of the federal law and gives us a kind of composite, homogeneous sample of what the whole plant would be. That's my interpretation of it.
All right, so we have a couple of opinions here. I think you're both right. It does, in the top part, it says the dried flowering tops, but then a little bit below, it allows us to determine exactly what parts would be included. And if you were to note that the flowers can appear anywhere, you would have tips of branches, including lateral branches of it. We'll have it there. So we should probably make a motion on this. I would actually make it just as easy for the sheriffs, for the farmers, for the testers, that we just include the entire plant. That way it would be easier for the farmers. It will include not only the flowering tops, but also the flowering lateral branches of the plant, where there would also be flowers, and seem to be easy for everyone on board. So do we want to, I'll make a motion that we use the whole plant. Does anyone want to second the motion?
I
Richard?
require clarifying. Also, you previously mentioned 5 inches above the ground. So that's included in the proposal?
Yeah, I would say
motion.
5 inches above the ground.
Okay, I'll second that.
Right? We have to have another comment on that, right? Does anyone on the board want to comment on that motion?
Does that include male plants if they're present?
Yes. Including the male plants if they're present as a random sampling of, I think it says 5 plants in there. All right, does anyone in the audience wish to comment on that?
I'd like to add in a comment, too. If it's the whole plant and it's 5 plants, this could be a huge amount of biomass. And it might take a truck to bring that sample to the lab. So I think we should probably define, that samples taken, whatever it is, 5 inches above the soil or middle third, but it should probably be a specific length so the ag commissioner's not bringing truckloads of biomass to the lab. It's more of a, smaller sample size.
Well, I don't know if we have any way around that. If they were to take any less part of the plant, then we would have to say, half of the plant, a third of the plant, something like that. And also, I think most of the time, I think it's going to be a private laboratory, and I don't think they're really going to mind. Then they'd have to grind it down when it got to the lab. We got a few people who want to comment on this. So, or first, before you, anyone else on the board have a comment?
I have a question, not understanding some of it, but is it, I imagine there's, several different parts of the plant. Is it possible to just, if you take, let's say, a pound of the flowering top and a pound of stem and a pound of leaf or whatever all the plant parts are, could that then be a quality sample to get the overall picture that we're trying to accomplish without having to bring in the truckloads?
That's a compromise, although a certain plant may not be an actual pound if it's a smaller plant per se.
That's what my thought was. If you took, you know, say a foot of that, you took a 1 foot cross section of that and you included the leaves, stems, flowers, everything in it, homogenized the sample. The lab then homogenized it or dried it and then homogenized it. I think you're getting a fair representative of the total plant chemistry without taking this huge sample of, you know, maybe it's a truckload.
Yeah, it
or
would be 5
20
plants.
pounds or whatever
so,
it is.
Yeah, that would be a lot. All right, why don't we let the audience comment on this motion?
Yeah, Richard DeAndrade again from Solari. I see a couple of distinguishing differences in terms of the types of plants that are grown. You know, for the very high CBD production, the plants are usually short, squatty, like a Christmas tree. And then you have the industrial varieties that are very tall and very thin. Looking at the industrial varieties that are tall, thin, it's very easy to determine what is the flowering tops of the plant because it's slender, and I can show you pictures of it. It's just the top. There's no way to misinterpret what that means. With understanding that there are different, you know, varieties and taking that into consideration, maybe a consideration needs to be given to say, okay, you know, if we're to determine what the dried flowering tops are in the rules as presented, then and the confusion or clarity lies in around determining where is the top of the plant. You know, I understand the part for the 5 inches above ground and trying to get as much as the plant in there as possible, but at the same time, I think, you know, two sides of the equation need to be considered in terms of, you know, if you have a short bushy plant and you got a really tall thin one, you know, if you have a really tall thin plant that is, you know, producing, you know, higher levels of THC, it's going to come out unfair against the guys that have a short bushy plant because the taller plant would have less THC showing up as compared to the shorter plant where you take the whole plant and they've got more flowers on the plant because you have more lateral branches on it versus the tall thin one that just has a crown and no laterals on it, right? So that's going to kind of wreak havoc in your sampling methodology and your testing results as, you know, from that resulting sample methodology based on the decision. So I think you should consider on how to try to keep, you know, like and like in that if the determination of, you know, flowering top or dried flowering tops, then the parts of the laterals that are flowers and the parts of the tall thin plants that are flowers, you would compare like for like, and then that way it would be the same for everybody. Because if not, you're going to have different results showing up based on the height, the amount of flowers, the amount of lateral branches, and where the sample is taken. It can be, you know, the system can be gamed, and I can see that just by doing mathematical calculations of where you do the samples and how you grind them, et cetera, and process them.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I have a quick comment too. The size of these samples that the lab's going to use is, you know, something like a handful to a few handfuls at max. So defining exactly what they're going to take that sample of, even if it is, we're taking 5 whole plants from the field, we need to clarify that, I think, before the lab just starts to take bits and pieces of the plant.
I think
Originally-
it's written and it's the roundup of the entire plant.
Yeah, the recommendation is to grind and homogenize the entire submitted sample.
Yeah.
How do you
But
fit
that's-
an entire plant in a paper bag?
Big bag.
Yeah.
George Bianchini, SG Farms, to comment on a couple of the concerns that were made. Joshua, on yours, for the person growing 5 plants, that they would have to give up 20% of their crop. I do believe there's language that puts a minimum limit of a 1/10 acre grow. I know that in several different counties, you can grow 6 plants unless they have zoned for less. But it's going to be, even if it's hemp, it's going to be considered a marijuana plant because it doesn't fall under the terms of Prop 64 with the 1/10 limit. And to be honest with you, I'm not sure if that's just for research facilities or if that applies to everybody. I don't have that language with me right now. It would be easy to look that up. On the other point that was brought up on, say, pesticides, this is a test for the legality of THC. to determine whether it's hemp or whether it's marijuana. The pesticides shouldn't have a play in this. I spoke at the Nevada Agricultural Board where they came up with a whole laundry list of allowable pesticides for hemp. And when I spoke, it was basically, if you're planning to sell your product, don't use any pesticides. If you're going to grow it just for fiber, then you can use certain pesticides. But for most good farmers, and combined with cannabis, there is not a need to use harsh chemicals to grow this particular plant. Thank you.
Yeah, we had a comment from Rick.
I'd like to make a comment on that, because as agricultural commissioners, we also enforce the pesticide laws and regulations. And to be clear, there are no registered pesticides for cannabis or hemp in California or the United States. And for pesticide sampling, when we get complaints, we do have to submit a pound of vegetation to the lab for testing for pesticide residue.
Yes, I went through that in San Joaquin County. In fact, they refused to let us spray Safer soap or any organic pesticides. So the rules are actually designed to harm the public. I think they need to be redressed, because if you don't give somebody an organic method to do it, they're going to cheat and use something else when they find out they're infected with spider mites or thrips or caterpillars. So anyway, that's my concern on that. We weren't even allowed to use the organic method because nothing had been approved, because it hadn't been done for 70 years. I think that's why we're here right now, is to figure this out. And that's why research facilities are allowed to do their work, is so we can find out. If you're going to grow it next to corn, here's what you need to do. If you're going to grow it next to lettuce, here's what you need to do. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Rene Garcia, 4G Farming. Just to touch back bases on the sampling, I think the man did a very good point on differentiating between the fiber-based and the CBD-based. And speaking as a farmer, let's be honest, we're here to get the most bang for our buck, and right now that's going to be CBD production. That's going to be the shorter, that's going to be the stockier. So, we definitely suggest you do that 5 inches from the top, because we're going to need that whole plant to be tested. If, for whatever weird reason, someone wants to go fiber and lose more money, then by all means, find a new way of testing that. But I'm telling you here as a grower, I want to make the most per acre that I can. Because right now, table grapes are killing us over the overhead. Let's help each other out with this testing, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. All right, Brian?
Yes, Brian Webster, California Hemp. I want to speak in favor of the resolution, 5 inches of above, both for industrial hemp for fiber and hemp for CBD. We're trying to get a new industry started here in California. And hemp is defined, politically as 0.3% THC, or less. And just practically speaking, it really doesn't matter if it's 0.3% or 0.5%, or 1%. Hemp is not being grown to get high in California. There's an entire different industry, right, that is, making millions and millions of dollars and has been permitted since January of this year, and is, and the farmers are, successfully growing in their own market. This is a separate market, and this department, this agency, and this board should, look to the interests of these new farmers that are putting their capital, and their fortunes at risk in going into this new industry. And I think if we adopt this standard of defining the sampling as 5 inches or above, you will find, people applauding that, throughout the state, and other states looking to California for their common sense standards that are helping grow this new industry.
Thank you, Brian. All right, next. We have Clapman. All right, next.
Sergio Amor. Yes, there are different types of cultivars for different uses, for fiber or CBD. Usually the plant count for industrial hemp, for fiber, the spacing is much tighter, so there is no light penetration, therefore you only have the top flowers, and I think that's what this means here with the top flowers, because you wouldn't find any bottom buds on this specific cultivars. So, but for CBD, it would be best, what I suggest, it would be best just to take some from the top and some from the bottom, mix it up and do a testing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, next commenter. What is your name?
Good afternoon. My name is Jared McKelly. I'm with Steadfast Agricultural Consulting. I'm a fourth-generation farmer from California, very much looking forward to sow seeds in this state. In the meantime, I've spent the last year farming in excess of 1,000 acres in both Kentucky and Tennessee, doing farm management for a CBD extraction company. My suggestions are going to be based off of the experiences that I had out there. We're working with both Department of Agricultures. The procedures that they followed was similar to some of the suggestions that have been made today, where the flowering tops were considered anything that was above 3 inches or so of the soil. Similar, they had the grower or a representative from the farm there as well. So the way that we would do it, the way that they would do it is the Department of Agricultural representative, they would pick the plants. They were also approximately about 5 samples per field. They would pick the plant. They would take whatever flowering tops, whether it was the apical or the lateral branches, and then they would allow the farmer to take another one. I've been growing cannabis for over 15 years, and so with the knowledge acquired in that experience, I knew that some of the stuff that would lend for a more favorable result for low THC was going to be the stuff that's kind of more in the shade rather than those apex branches. So from both samples, which varied in length from 12 to 24 inches apiece, they would homogenize as stated and give you an average of the whole plant rather than just getting that top, very mature bud that is going to be the most likely to test high for THC.
Great, thank you, Jared.
You're welcome.
Yeah, you got a question?
Yes, please.
I appreciate the problem that Josh was talking about, the huge biomass that has to be dealt with, but you don't see that as a problem, the way you were.
It actually was a problem for some of the samples that we took that were on that larger scale, about 24 inches. They actually got rejected by the labs by the time that they were able to start processing them because of the lack of pesticides that you were able to use. There is everything from spider mites and caterpillars specifically. So through that drying process in the paper bags that the samples were collected in, the caterpillars actually eroded the sample, and once that started happening, they actually started eating through the bag. So there was complaints from the lab side as well. And in the management that we did, we were on the largest farm in Tennessee. So we had a lot of attraction, not only from the Department of Agriculture, where we had weekly visits just to keep on top of everything, but also the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. Their marijuana eradication force came out multiple times just to make sure that we were in compliance, and their testing procedures were identical, although the two departments do not work hand in hand. But they had the same exact, they picked the plant from each field, and then they took whatever flower top they want, we took whatever flower top that we wanted, and then they would homogenize the samples.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
I had a question for you. So you're stating that the size of the sample, if it's significant, would cause issues because caterpillars or other insects would be more likely to have a higher population in that sample size?
Correct. They did not want to have a high volume. And then on top of that, being like has been stated, the value of these plants when it's grown for CBD extraction, each plant can be estimated between $100 and $300 per plant. So when we're talking about taking 5 plants from each field, in that 1,000 acres, we had in excess of 25 different fields. That really adds up to what could line the farmers' pockets and what they could keep that money and pay for other things.
All right, great. Thank you, Jared.
Thank you guys for your time.
All right, Wayne.
Hi, Wayne Richmond, California Hemp Association. I just reiterate that we think whole plant testing is the way to go. Unless you're going to break it down by variety and specific tests by variety, given the different characteristics, I think that the simplest way for us to get started in California, barring all the good information we're getting from all these folks from other states, is to go whole plant testing and just be done with it. That'll cover all plant varieties, and if we need to tweak it maybe next year, we can come back and look at that. But I think to get out the gate, we need to have this much latitude, and whole plant on everything without specificity would be what the association would like to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. All right, next.
Hi, Max McGillis, K Street Consulting. Not here on behalf of any clients in particular. Couple of things to point out. I appreciate the idea of sampling per field. The idea of doing sampling per some form of unit, whether it's a field or an acre, allows you to get a representative sample among all of them, as opposed to just 5 plants over 1 acre versus 5 plants over 10 or 100 acres. So there does need to be a definition there, and whether it's definition of field or just clarifying that would be important. Additionally, if there are concerns about excess biomass, a way to go and solve that is by sampling less on each plant. But again, that sampling fewer parts on each plant would thereby likely be the higher THC portions of the plant. So there are two sort of diverging interests there. But do want to go raise those 2 points to go and make sure that the samples are representative. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hi, my name is Chris Taylor with Regenerative Foods and Juices Company, Lumen Juices. We work with farmers in Oregon and New York, and I concur with Jared in terms of taking a smaller portion of the plant. I know these labs will send people out on remote trips, go and take 30 or 40 samples in a day. There's no way that it would be economically feasible for them to take an entire plant if it's a CBD plant that could weigh up to 30 pounds per plant. What I would suggest, echoing what Jared said, is taking 12 inches from the topmost portion of the plant, 12 inches from the lowest possible lateral stem, lateral branch. If there's no lateral branch present, don't take a sample. If it's an industrial textile version, it's going to be a straight plant with one top. Take the top 12 inches. If it's a CBD version, there's going to be a top. There's going to be lateral branches. From the bottom third of the plant, you could take one sample up to 12 inches, and then that becomes really economically feasible for lab tests. It homogenizes the variability across the plant. What I'm not completely certain on, 12 inches to 24 inches, it depends on the size of the plant. The longer the bigger the sample, the more of the stem you're going to get with less of the flower closer to the middle of the plant. However, I would second the fact that taking the entire plant would be economically unfeasible for these lab testing companies that have to take a 30-pound plant, 5 of them across the field just doesn't make sense. In Oregon, what happens is a transect is walked across the field and 5 plants are randomly chosen. So at the end of that test, whether it's 5 acres or 10 acres, 1 acre, if it's randomly chosen, it should be a representative sample. And then you end up with a basket full of biomass. It becomes really easy to test. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris.
Rene Garcia, 4G Farming, kind of bit of a rebuttal for what they were saying on top part, bottom part. Either way, the farmer's still losing the plant. He's still losing that whole plant. So whether you're taking a little bit of the top and then testing a little bit of the bottom, you're still losing the plant. And if you're going to be doing an acre, we're talking about 1,800 plants an acre. So 5 plants, to me, at the end of the day, same thing. It's really irrelevant when you really get down to it. So 5 plants out of 1,800, not a big deal. So
Excuse me, question.
Yeah.
If you're clipping off the top and you're clipping off the bottom and putting it in a brown paper bag, how are you losing the whole plant?
Well, if they want to take off, from what I was hearing, 12 inches from the bottom stem, well, you're chopping the plant off.
You'd be just taking 12
just
inches.
the lateral, is that what they're saying? Well, I prefer the whole plant anyways. Just our safety issue from prosecution to think is more paramount over my possible losing on a profit. I'd rather be out of jail and make some money than risk myself going into jail and make a lot more money. So I just say, just do the whole plant. Thank you.
All right, well, we got a lot of comments on this. We're going to have to hurry because we're going to want to take a lunch break soon. Please go ahead.
Teresa Bowers. I'm a senior environmental scientist with the chemistry lab. My comment is about the practicality of testing entire plants. It's already been mentioned before, but these plants can be quite huge. I certainly understand the spirit of, in essence, diluting the sample. I get that. But you would quite literally require tree choppers in order to be able to process these samples if we were to process entire plants. And then between each sample, we would need to have a cleaning procedure. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around how that would work. It's very impractical, actually. So it makes much more sense from a laboratory point of view to sample the top third of the plant. And so that's my comment.
Thank you. All right, one more.
Sajida Moore, I just want to clarify here that the plants ripe, different parts of the plant were ripe at different times, and this is why taking a little bit from the top and a little bit from the bottom will not only make it easier for everybody, more economical, feasible, and then the farmer gets to keep his plant as well. And you wouldn't get much difference in reading between the top of the plants and the bottom of the plants. Certain cultivars will ripe in the bottom first, and then the tops will wait, and certain cultivars will ripe from the bottom down. So really, to get a more of a holistic testing, I think just getting a little bit from the bottom, a little bit from the top is enough. And then also, we need to consider what the labs request, how much biomass they need. They don't need 5 pounds or 20 pounds. They just need a little bit to test and have an accurate testing. And yeah, taking 2-pound plants or 5-pound plants. I've never seen a 30-pound plant, but a 2 to 5 pound plant times 5 is 25 pounds that you're gonna have to haul around and go to many, many different places. So yeah, that's my suggestion, is just to take top and bottom.
Thank you. So it looks like we have a comment from John.
Yeah, I wanted to, Joshua, can you repeat again what your proposal was? Because it sounds like taking the whole plant, there's going to be some challenges for the laboratory and the material. What was your proposal again? That you were suggesting we take the...
My proposal was a sample shall be approximately 10 inches, 12 inches, whatever it is in length, and all parts of the sample shall be homogenized. Let's see, homogeneous sample of the plant consisting of all stems, leaves, and flower within the middle third of the plant. So I think it would be, that would be going to the middle of the plant, taking a 12-inch sample from 5 different plants throughout the plot. But I like his idea too of, you take maybe a 12-inch sample from the top, 12-inch sample from the bottom of each plant. Then you have 10 samples from the field or from those 5 plants. That makes sense as well.
And you're just thinking like a lateral branch, right? Not like cutting the stalk, the main stalk. You just take a lateral branch from each.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The ag commissioner comes in. He knows exactly how much sample he should take. He comes in and takes that 12-inch sample that consists of, leaf, stems, and flower. And then he goes to the next one, goes to the approximate middle third of the plant and takes another 12-inch sample. And then that goes to the lab, it's dried, and then it's homogenized. It's, the whole sample's crushed up, and I think it's a reasonable amount. I don't think...
It's still excessive, but, they
still
only
a lot,
need 5 grams to test. So
yeah, it's still
taking
a lot
a
of weight,
5-pound plant times 5 is just excessive as well. But, yeah, to me, that makes the most sense. You take a lateral branch, you include the stem that it comes with, any leaves on it.
Yeah, I've been told,
Has a
I was
flowering
told earlier that with medical stuff that they're taking samples up to, I think it was 3 ounces, or it was like 79 grams or something. And that was the most that they could process in like one homogeneous sample.
What would be the weight if you took one lateral branch and like in the middle third? What would be the weight we're thinking?
It'd be about 20 grams or so. maybe 40 grams. I mean, it depends. Like if it has one bud with seed on it. So if you have that times 5, you know, you're gonna have at least 100 grams to homogenize and then take a 5 to 10 gram sample to actually test.
Is there anybody in the audience that has labs that can give us more clarity on this, of what the maximum sample size would be, or that they could process, or?
So before we continue down this road, can I make a suggestion? Maybe it's, since it's Lawrence's motion, it sounds like there might be a request to go back and revisit it and look at it some more, which will open it up to more public comment. Might be a good time to take lunch, come back around and think about the issue, and maybe come back around to a little bit of discussion, amended motion, and some further discussion before we have a vote. If that
All right.
sounds good for
Very
everybody.
good. Yeah, we'll table it for now.
Yeah.
All right, everyone, 1 hour for lunch? All right, 1 hour for lunch. We'll meet back at 1:45.
Well.
All right, everyone, have a seat. We'll start going. We'll continue where we left off. We had a motion on the table to have the sampling, as I had put it out there, as the whole plant. We had a number of people commenting on it. I think we had a couple of people left who wanted to comment on that. So I'll open it up right now. Once again, anyone on the board want to make a comment on the sampling method, having had lunch, maybe talked about it or thought about it a little bit?
Yeah, so we have a motion on the table that the portions of the plant to be sampled would be the entire plant, starting 5 inches above the ground, and that would be the sample. And it would be sampling of both male plants and female plants.
All right, and I think some of the issues that were brought up were, what part of the plant, if it was grown for CBD, there might be a lot more flower versus a fiber variety, which would be more stalk. And then also the practicality of having a sampling, somebody who was collecting it, it might be a lot of bulk material to take back to the lab. Once again, anyone on the board want to talk about it?
Yeah, Lawrence, thank you, Dave Robinson. My concern is the volume when you're talking about a whole plant. I totally understand the point in doing the whole plant to make sure that those THC levels come in under the 0.3%. I just think it's going to be too much, which, as we all know, the cost is going to get passed along to the grower somehow, some way, because the counties aren't going to absorb the cost. The state's not going to absorb the cost. It's going to get passed along to the growers somehow, some way, if we start taking whole plants. So one of the speakers, I thought had a really good point in that perhaps we could set something up where the grower and the sampler, the sampler, the ag commissioner takes that flowering top with 12 inches, and then the grower gets to pick another flowering top 12 inches if available. If it's the type of hemp where there's only one flowering top, then you just take the flowering top with, another 12 inches of stem material, leaf material. But if it's the type of hemp that has multiple flowering tops, and perhaps the ag commissioner picks one with 12 inches of stem and leaf material, and then the grower gets to pick, their own. So you end up with 2 12-inch samples from one plant to just kind of minimize. That would be my suggestion. I just think it's going to get cost prohibitive if we start taking whole plants.
Thank you, David. That's a very good point. Anyone else on the board have a suggestion for this?
Don't have a suggestion, I just have a comment, and I support, again, David's comments. Unfortunately, I would have to vote against the proposal just because of the fact current law states that it shall be random sampling of dried flower tops of the industrial hemp. So existing law would prohibit me from voting in favor of the motion. If the law changed, I'd be glad to support any efforts to help farmers.
Thank you very much, Rick. Anyone else on the board want to make a comment or a suggestion?
Go ahead, Tom.
Tom Pierce. Again, the flowering top, I get a vision of that, what that is, and it's not really a representative sample of that plant. I brought it before about the laterals. Somehow we got to get the top and some sample from the lower branches, I would think, not just the top.
Hey, Tom, what do you think about just like from the middle third of the plant? That's kind of what we had,
Well, I suggested that to somebody, and one of the people in the audience said that has a lot more knowledge about that than me. He said that that is not a representative sample of what the plant's, really, the THC level of that plant. I don't know why.
Okay, yeah, John or Matt?
Yeah, I was just gonna request that possibly we could split the motions to like just do one to include the male plant and then another one for the flowering top definition, if we needed to pass one but not the other.
Okay, very good. And before we, I'll probably have to redo the motion, but let's hear from the audience again. Come to the podium, gentlemen.
Thank you for the opportunity. Frank Brown, Rayland Farms again. My experience in sampling, and we've tested thousands of plants this year, even a plant, one whole plant, you take samples from different parts of the plant and you're going to get different results, okay? The smaller the sample size, the more inherent error you're going to have in your results, okay? If you take the whole plant, you're going to have a more accurate result. It's a logistical nightmare, obviously. Why not allow, a reasonable sample size to be taken initially, tag the plant. If it comes back hot, you go back and test the whole plant. Or put an allowance, knowing that approximately 75% of the weight of that plant is going to be inert anyway, have a 75% factor that you reduce that result by on the smaller sample size. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That was a very good suggestion. All right, sir.
Hi, Chris Taylor. Just want to reiterate the fact that a flowering top, too, this may not be common knowledge, but a top typically is just the end of a stem where the flower is. It doesn't necessarily mean on the physical top of the plant. When you grow it in high density, all of the flower is going to be at the physical top of the plant. If you don't grow it in high density, that plant now grows like a bush. And so the flowering tops may be on the side, they may be on the bottom, but it's typically considered the end of the stem where the flower is. That's a quote unquote top in the industry. That's how people talk about it. If you do grow it in high density, there's not going to be anything at the bottom or the middle to test. It's just going to be stem, which, as Frank reiterated, that's inert. The stem usually doesn't have any cannabinoids in it. So, if you're looking at where the cannabinoids are, taking a 12-inch section from any of the tops, whether it's the physical top of the plant, whether it's a lateral stem that has a flower going off to the side of it. But if it's a high-density planting of an industrial crop for textiles, you're not going to have anything in the bottom or the middle of the plant except for stem, which is not going to test for anything. So I'd reiterate the fact that you should take it from wherever the flower is present. If there's no lateral stem, take it from just the top. If there are lateral stems, maybe take 12 inches from the top and 12 inches from one of the lateral stems, be it the middle third or the bottom third. The difference there between the two, if it's a shrub-like plant, is probably pretty insignificant. If it's a industrial textile plant, it's going to be very significant between the bottom third and the top, because the top is going to have the flower material, whereas the bottom and the middle will just be stem, which is almost no cannabinoid. Thanks.
All right, Justin.
Hi. Justin Eve with 7 Generations Producers. We're an organic farm here in Sutter County. I would say that I pretty much agree 100% with what that guy just said about, the flowering tops by definition would be the top of the flower, not necessarily the top of the plant. It doesn't say plant, it does say the top of the flower. So I'd have to agree with that definition. And just to create some clarity, just thinking through and trying to really paint a picture of how this actually transpires in the field, having your ag commissioner and your sheriff and CDFA and also the farmer, breeder, whatever that is involved. What makes sense is that in the field, you're taking sections of the plant or the whole plant, whatever the section that you guys determine is, whether it's top or bottom. I feel like the suffice could be, you take a top, which would be, contain flowers, and the bottom of the plant, which would, whether or it does or does not contain flowers, but it doesn't say in there it cannot include, it says this must include. So if that's saying that it has to include, then it doesn't really matter by the guidelines there. You can include additional parts of that. So you're satisfying all parts of language in there. You're addressing tops of flowers, you're addressing the entire plant. You're also addressing the fact that hopefully you guys determine that it'll be a third-party laboratory that's actually taking the sample and doing the testing. CDFA is not set up for that, nor is the Ag Commissioner set up for that. So you have the farmer in the field with the sampler, third-party lab. They take the samples, however, whoever's turn it is to take samples, that'll be determined. You suffice the language in there, and then you're taking a homogenized sample. So even if you have 10 pounds of plant material from 5 plants, whatever that is, you're going to homogenize that down, whether the Ag Commissioner provides a hammer mill, or the laboratory that's in charge of taking the sample provides a hammer mill, which you're going to have to clean and sterilize that. So there is food-grade hammer mills. You're grinding that down into a homogenized small sample, 5 or so grams, which I'm sure laboratory people will say that's enough. And then you're basically dealing with it in the field. That's solved, your language is solved, and then you can take a true homogenized sample of whether it's the entire plant, just the flowering top. So I think just playing through that scenario, really thinking about in the field how that's really going to transpire and whether that's realistic from the bearer of the burden between the Ag Commissioner, CDFA, sheriff, farmer, breeder, and laboratory. I think you're going to have to play through all the scenarios and see, is that really going to work? What's the burden, what's the cost, and who's going to bear the burden? Because the labs are going to be making money. So make them buy the hammer mill. Make them go out there. Make them do that. The commissioner's just having to oversee and make sure it's not getting out of hand. And if it does fail a test, it goes back to CDFA for further testing and investigation. But I'd say looking at solving all the issues with the language, plus being realistic about how that's going to be carried out with all parties involved, I don't really see a variance of that really being a solution than taking multiple samples, homogenizing down to a small enough sample that the lab is ultimately responsible for, a qualified lab. And then that should be, along those lines, would be the solution to suffice all parties and language. Thanks.
Thank you, Justin. All right, Wayne.
Hi, Wayne Richmond, California Hemp Association. So I'm still in full support of whole plant testing, and I realize that it does cause, fortunately, potentially a logistics nightmare, particularly for the sheriff, less so for, I would think, the Ag Commissioner, given access to trailers and things that are normal in the line of work. I would just say I would stick with that and also point out that, yes, there is a little bit more of an expense involved in that. I'm sure my group would be happy to pick up the expense for any county that needs a trailer to haul hemp. And I'm saying that publicly because I mean that through the California Hemp Foundation. That's what it takes to get this industry going. We will pay for the trailer that you need to haul the hemp in for testing. Fair enough? Okay, just putting it out there. But I really do believe that we really have to be as lenient and as open to letting good known people who want to grow hemp to operate like the good farmers that they are and trust them, give them the benefit of the doubt. And if we, because of the nature of this product, have to go with, you know, a different way of logistically dealing with it, I understand it's a pain. But, you know, we're talking an awful lot of money for each community. We're talking millions of dollars to the tax base and to the raising the income. So I think a little bit of an inconvenience of whatever it is could be and should be thought through and tolerated. And if it takes me buying trailers for every county, I'm happy to do that. Okay, just wanted to share that. We'll do whatever we can to help.
Quick question for you. The suggestion of a smaller sample to start with, and then if that sample comes back hot, tagging the plant and doing the whole plant as the second sample, is that something you think could work?
Well, I think it could work, but I'm always concerned about chain of custody, and the more hands that get involved, the more you have questions about whether it was handled correctly in a timely manner and held in storage the correct way. And I think there's so many variables that if we can just get it all at once and do it and be done with it, it just solves a lot of those. But I'm not totally opposed to that idea as a compromise. just to let you know. But I think whole plant testing is the only way to go. And every farmer I've talked to agrees. It's just the simplest way. Anyway, thank you.
All right, thank you, Wayne. All right, anyone else? All right, so we got,
Yeah, so Lawrence, we've got a motion on the table from you to either amend, or if you'd like to pull it back, and we can have a new motion, that's up to you. But it's your motion, so we'll leave it up to you on what you'd like to do with it.
Lawrence, prior to you doing that, can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Just based on the comments that were made, perhaps we could set it up where the farmer has the discretion for the first sample to be the whole plant. And if the farmer doesn't choose whole plant in the first one, then they have the second option of choosing like a 12-inch with the flowering top and another portion of the plant. Or if they choose that as their first, then they have whole plant as their second option. Just a suggestion.
actually, that's a very good idea for doing that. So let's reiterate. So you're saying we would allow the farmer on the first test to choose either the whole plant or maybe the top third of the plant or the top 12 inches. And then if it tested hot, then they would get to choose another plant or something like that in that regard. And I would imagine for a lab, if a farmer was taking a smaller amount, it might be less of a hassle, might be a lower cost test with that. All right, does the board have any comment on that?
So you're saying the farmer could pick any part of the plant, a small amount, or just the whole plant?
No, my suggestion would be so for the first sample, they would have a choice of if they wanted to choose whole plant, they could go whole plant just to knock it out, like Wayne's saying. And if they didn't choose that, then they'd have a second option to perhaps lower cost because the lab might charge less, where they would take a flowering top and perhaps 12 inches with another, flowering top with 12 inches if available, as their other option. And if they chose the second option, then that plant could then be a whole plant sample if it comes back hot for their second sample. So just so that way they have either option, because I do think that, cost and expense and stuff is going to play a role in whole plant, but if the farmer's willing to, make that decision, then perhaps they may have to bear the burden of that.
Just to follow up, I support that option, the farmer to do it. I think that if it's going to be not the whole plant, that if we can maybe, get a little more specification, maybe it's that we were talking earlier, maybe the middle third, middle third, two lateral, branches or whatever, flowering tops, however we're going to define that. So it's just kind of get a little more language in that aspect, or the whole plant. That's an interesting compromise. I appreciate that,
David, so I've got a follow-up question for you on that. I mean, so from a law enforcement perspective, are there concerns with the inconsistent methodology with sampling? Because you'd have growers basically being given two different options on how they're going to be sampling their fields, and so there won't necessarily be consistency from grower to grower. How big of a concern would that be from a law enforcement perspective?
As long as the samples are coming back under the federal and state requirements of 3/10 or between 3/10 and 1% with the second sample, you're not going to have a concern from law enforcement. We're really worried just about those super hot samples where somebody's trying to grow marijuana under the hemp platform. So I don't know that law enforcement's going to care one way or the other if the grower chooses to go a full plant to start with, or if they choose the random sample like John's suggestion, which I really like. I don't think it'll be a concern either way, as long as it gets tested. That's the whole key to this.
Very good. Tom or Rick, do you have a comment on that?
And one thing that just popped in my head was, the plant, okay, we're sampling this plant and its days are going by. The THC level changes as the plant matures. So say he had a harvest date picked out, that this was the ideal time to harvest. And then what happens, the tests, you go back and retest, the days are going by. Does he maybe get himself into jeopardy waiting, the farmer that is, waiting another week or whatever to harvest?
From what I hear, there's a point where the levels of cannabinoids begin to rise as it begins to mature and develop, but I believe it will hit a peak, and then after a while, it will begin to go down, although I'm not positive about that.
I'm not sure how accurate that is. I think from what we've seen with some testing to date, like we're basically looking at a window where we're harvesting where the plant's not hot. And if you wait that extra 10 days, it could go up a little bit. So I understand your concern there, Tom. I think it's a realistic concern.
All right, Rick, do you have a comment? Kind of go into David's suggestion about allowing the farmer to choose?
No, again, it's based on my interpretation of current law. It would have to be the flowering tops until the law changes.
I have some input. I'm all for the full plant or taking the whole plant, but I'm just having a hard time grasping what the lab's going to do with that whole plant when they're trying to do a, I don't know what it is, 5 grams or 70 grams of matter to sample when they're dealing with 30 pounds or 20 pounds or whatever it is. And it's leaving a lot of discretion for what the lab's going to take, or I think we need to define that.
Well, I tend to figure the lab being a private company is going to probably want to have that business. So if they have to buy some equipment to chop it up a little bit or have a little more area to store it, they probably will, but they will charge the farmer more money for the test, is how I would imagine it would work with it. All right, any other comments? Yeah.
I would like to just throw out for consideration if ag commissioners or their staff are required to take a whole plant. We certainly have the equipment and the trailers to do that. But as far as getting that shipped to a lab is going to be problematic in how we containerize that. So I want to make everybody aware that we don't hand deliver those on our plant samples now. We ship those overnight. And how we're going to contain those or someone to transport those to a lab needs to be considered.
How do you normally ship product right now? Is it like FedEx or something, or do you have a special courier?
No, we use a combination of FedEx, U.S. Postal Service. We typically, depending on what the sample is, if we'll ship it overnight or we'll keep it in a refrigerated state. Sometimes we have to put them in ice chests. It depends on what the product is.
Thank you, Rick. All right, any other comments or questions from the board on this?
I guess I got one more comment.
Yeah.
So I guess if you take the whole plant, then I think just for space concerns, somehow you need to compress that down or chop it up out in the field or.
What I think the lab would do is they take the plant and then have little pruning shears and just chop it up into little pieces and put it in a bag.
That's a huge bag. Though.
Josh Kress looks surprised.
Yeah, well, I mean, as far as the whole plant, I mean, from our understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, those have been growing it, but I mean, if you're taking the whole plant, the main trunk, the main stalk is large. You would need some special equipment to be able, not just actually just to be able to cut it up in the lab, but even to be able to cut it off in the field. There are certainly concerns with cross-contamination in the field as you're going through from field to field, being able to clean that equipment going from field to field. If you need to use equipment to be able to cut that off, depending on what you're using, that can certainly be a concern as well.
And it's going to take a lot of room in a bag. I mean, if you take any sort of mass, plant material, and you chop it up, the amount of space that's going to take just increases exponentially. So, and then it's like, how is the commissioner's going to get that overnight? I mean, if we give, so it seems like there's a lot of impracticalities, and that could really cause some issues. As much as I like the whole plant idea, I think the cost could really go up and create, all sorts of handling challenges. So, I'd like to come back to something, maybe we talk the middle third, something that more reasonable amount of material in there. And maybe we need to add some language there to deal with if there's nothing in that middle third, then it you do something that the next lateral branch that's, that's flowering, that's, this part of the flowering plant that's closest to the middle third or something, because we probably need something along those lines, in case it's more of an industrial tall variety.
All right, any other comments from the board on this? All right, we got more comments from the audience.
Thank you. I think we should let the ag commissioner's offices be the regulators and not the testing samplers. What we should do is allow the laboratories to, give them the authority to collect the samples. They can go down to Lowe's and buy a shredder for $250, put it in the back of a pickup truck, shred it all, put it in a feed sack bag and take it back to the laboratory, use what they want. When they get done, they can return what they don't use to the owner. I think that's a pretty simple solution if you're doing the whole plant. And of course, if you have the option of taking small samples initially, that makes it even easier. As far as the additional expense to the farmer, to the grower, quite frankly, I don't care if I got to pay $1,000 to make sure that my $1 million investment that's out in the field doesn't get turned over because it's hot. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We have another comment, suggestion, question?
Hello, Jeremy Simonek with Canaderm. I can see your guys' position being really hard right now. Also with us, we're growing plants that top 12 inches could be a solid bud. So I just want to put that out there. If we're only doing 12-inch samples, it could be a solid sample of just bud. So we're not getting much stems or anything else in there. And then, if you have 25 different varieties or even 5 different varieties and you're pulling 5-pound plants from each one, that's gonna be 125 pounds to haul back to a facility. And what kind of testing facility? I'm all about whole plant, testing, but we have to figure out a better way about this. And he had a good point about putting it into sacks, and then you get your product returned, at the end. But they're not gonna be able to dry 125 pounds. So if we're taking a whole entire branch from the top all the way down to the center to the middle branch, I see that being our best way of doing it, because you're going to get some of that stock in there too, but you're not having to take a whole plant to a facility, return it. Where are they going to dry 125 pounds from 100 different cultivars here? So those are my points, and I'm sorry it's such a problem. But, yeah.
All right, any other comments on this? So we got a lot on the table here. We can have different parts of the plant, although according to Rick and the law, I think whatever we take has to include the top part, whether it's all of the plant with the top part or part of the plant with the top part. I think that falls under the letter of the law. We also have the suggestion of allowing the farmer to choose whether to do part of the plant or the whole plant right there, which is a good suggestion as well. So there's a lot to consider. Then, as our last commenter said, if we say something like the top 12 inches, that could be all bud in that case. I like the idea of allowing the farmer to choose, because I think the farmer can choose the best option for him. If he's growing for fiber, per se, and he just wants to make sure that it's not going to test hot, he can do the whole stalk. It's going to be mostly stem. If he's growing for CBD and he's very relatively sure of his results, say he has been testing it on his own prior to having the official test, he might be able to opt for just the very top part of it. Could be a possible solution for that. So let me withdraw my original motion. And I would say that we should allow, it should be both male and female could be included in it. And we would allow the farmer to choose whether they want the entire plant, or maybe I would say the top third of the plant to be tested, or the top 12 inches or so, if they're interested in that.
Larry, I just wanted a point of clarification, and also with Rick, if the farmer says, okay, he wants to do the whole plant, the county commissioner would be the one that would have to test it. So if it weighed 20 pounds, sending something overnight that weighs 20 pounds, that's going to be a pretty expensive shipping bill. Yeah, I'd propose that we try to have something simpler, that because then farmers are going to get really could get really upset, like, well, I got to do it next day, and et cetera. So I think I'd like to propose that we go back to the middle third, taking a sample from the middle third that would meet the regulations here. If people have thoughts on that, that's my thought on that.
The only thing that worries me about going for the middle third is that we're not taking the top of the plant.
All right, well, how
which is
about-
in the language.
So how about, so do you have to, so if you say the top, you have to, how are you going to define what's in that top third?
Well, yeah, it would have to be, from the top down, either the top third of the length of the plant, or we would say the number of inches, the top 12 inches, 18 inches, 24 inches, something like that.
Okay, well, how about this then? What about an aerial branch from the top of the plant, and then also the bottom of the plant, and then you take one from each? So you are taking from the top there to meet that, but you're also taking something from the bottom.
Any comments on that? Yeah, and what about, what's your opinion of allowing the farmer to choose?
I mean, I'm open either way. I'm just concerned about the practicality of the cost. I think farmers are going to find out if they have to send it next day, it's going to be pretty expensive.
I think what would happen is that the lab tech will be in the field, and he'll just take it away himself and drive it to where.
Is that allowed so that would be allowed in the regulations?
I think that's the way we have it set up right now, don't we?
So right now, the proposal from the board is to have the county agricultural commissioner collect the samples unless they decide to designate a third party, and then they would deliver that to the lab now, and they would have to maintain custody. Where that delivery occurs and whether there's lab personnel there to take it straight away, I mean, that's something that could be considered. They just have to maintain chain of custody. But, yeah, I mean, there would certainly be concerns. I appreciate those that say that there's no concerns with regards to money, and they're willing to spend whatever it's going to cost to get those samples done. But there would also be concerns with capacity and the ability of those growers to get those tests done as well, which would hopefully be solved by market, but you never know. So I mean, right now, we've got the motion was pulled off the table. So, we're discussing a possible new motion. I mean, is someone willing to move forward with a motion on a concept here that we can go on?
All right, we have
Got
another.
some suggestions from the public.
Yeah,
We have a lot of suggestions from the public.
right. Go ahead, sir.
In San Luis County this coming year, we're probably going to have several hundred acres and grown by approximately, I don't know, maybe 30, 40 different people. We're going to have a short window of time to harvest that material and have it tested within that 30-day window. The Ag Commissioner's Office will not get everybody's crops done in time, okay? And if we don't pick them when they're at the optimum level, the CBDs will start converting to THC and we'll have hot crops. So the dilemma is if we allow the Ag Commissioner's Office, or if we don't allow them to designate people to do the sampling for their office, it's not going to get done because, respectfully, we know how government officials work.
All right, well, I think that's a good point, but that's why we allowed the agricultural commissioners to designate a third-party lab to do it, because that probably will be a reality. They won't have enough time or people to do everything. Any other comments on this? Matt?
Yeah, I'll put forth a motion just to get one out there instead of not moving forward. I move to include both male and female plants if they're present and take the top third of the plant. So if the plant is 30 inches from ground to top of the cone, we take the top 10 inches.
Okay, I'd second that.
So I'd just like to do an amendment, to propose an amendment that we take a sample from the top third and the bottom third, and then you can, lab can, average the two.
All right, really quick on the bottom third, do you mean the bottom third of just the stalk or lateral branches?
Lateral branches.
So it'll be about 2/3 of the plant, though.
No, just, you're talking about, are you talking about taking the whole third, the top third, or a lateral branch or one? You're talking, yeah, so how are you defining the top third, the entire top of the third of the plant?
Right, yeah. So if it's a 30-inch tall plant, take the top 10 inches.
Right, so then we're getting back to so now so the end, if we do that, I get why we're doing that, but end result is we're gonna have product that's more likely to fail and farmers' fields are gonna be messed up, so that's why
I can pull the motion and you can put forth one that would include the whole plant.
Yeah, I don't, yeah, right now I wouldn't, I don't want to support the whole plan. I don't want to support the third because I think that's going to be, I mean, this is a really important issue. And for some reason, we can't seem to, the most logical way is the top third, which is going to create the results that potentially going to lose crops. So that's why I won't support that. And I don't have a better suggestion right now, but yeah.
So David's been waiting to make a comment. If we can give it over to him for a minute.
Hey, I'll just go back to my other comment. I just think if we leave it a little bit more broad for the farmers, it makes more sense. If they want the whole plant 5 inches above the ground, test the whole plant. If they want a third, then I think the third should be a portion of the top that includes the flowering top and a portion of one of the off branches or whatever you call that, lateral branch, you know, up to 1/3 of the plant if they want to go that path. And if they have to have a second sample, then they can include up to the entire plant, you know, something along those lines. I just think that if we give them a couple options at the beginning, and then it's going to be up to them and what the lab's going to charge and what the market's going to dictate versus us telling them like, well, you're just going to do it this way. If we give them those two options at the beginning, if they want to go whole plant, go whole plant. If there's a burden on the Ag Commissioner's office, they're going to pass that cost along to the grower. So I just think we got to give them a couple of options on that very first sample. And then in the second sample, if we want that second sample to just be whole plant at the cost, because it sounds like that gives them the best opportunity to meet the threshold, then perhaps we consider that as well. And so I know I didn't throw that out in the form of a motion, but I suggest that we entertain the motion along those lines of whole sample or a third of the plant, not necessarily the top, but as long as it includes a flowering top and stem and leaves, you know, then I think that accomplishes a lower cost, probably lab sample at the beginning if they choose to do so. And if that comes back hot, then they can go the whole plant option for that second sample.
Tom?
Lawrence, I think you're good at this. If you could summarize and put that in a motion, what David just said, I would second that motion.
I think Josh, it's better at summarizing, but I can try.
I have some more comments too before we put forth a proposal. Possibly, what if we take the flowering top and we go a certain distance down from that flowering top and then take a sample all the way to the main stem or something, and then we define that we need to define that it's leaf, stem, seeds, and flowers. And then we're not taking, you know, there's just the very tip of the plant, but we're taking part of the flowering top as well as the rest of the stem of the plant to the main stem. And I think we're getting a more accurate whole plant sample then. Maybe as a second option to the whole plant, because I don't think.
I got a question for you. Do you mean the stem for the top of the flower?
Yeah, so go to the top of the flower, go a certain distance down from the flowering top. So you're including that flower, and then you go maybe down to the main stem.
I think that might, because depending on how the crop's being grown, that might be harder for people to follow, you know, exactly.
Depending on how long the branches are or something.
Yeah. I mean, I think David's idea of taking samples, so it would take a third of the plant or samples from a third of the plant?
Sorry, samples from a third of a plant to include the flowering top and then perhaps either 12 inches below the bottom of the flowering top or you know, if there's 12 inches don't exist, then down to the main stem of the plant, you know, so that way we include the stem and seeds and leaves. But yeah.
And how much would that potentially, how much is that going to weigh that's going to be?
I think maybe we define how big those are. If we say they're 12-inch or 24-inch samples, I think we get into a reasonable sample size.
Right.
If there's 1 or 2 from each plant, we have 10 24-inch samples or 10 12-inch samples. I think we're getting into a reasonable size for the lab to
Right,
to
2 per
process.
plant. Right, 2 samples per plant.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be my suggestion. One, that either the lab that's collecting the sample or the Ag Commissioner's office chooses, and then one that the grower chooses, so 2 of those per plant. And I would just suggest you go from the bottom of the flowering bud a certain distance, maybe 10 or 12 inches, if it exists. If it doesn't exist, then you just go to the center stem, the main stem of the plant.
Right, and then the second one would be? The
Same
second sample would be-
sample, but the grower would choose that sample.
Okay,
So if the Ag Commissioner is taking the sample, then they would take one, and then the grower would take the other one, and then that would be the combined sample that gets tested, if they didn't choose the whole plant option.
right. That's good. I would support that.
All right, let's try to put that, and make
Right,
that
so hold on.
concise.
So
You want to
we
try that?
withdraw my motion.
All right, thank you, Matt.
You're welcome.
All right, so we're basically allowing, the motion sounds like we would allow the farmer to choose either the whole plant, if they felt that would be best, or if not the whole plant, it would be the top, either third or top certain amount of inches that would be taken, and then another lateral branch or so that the farmer can choose, maybe near the bottom. So we have to decide, do we want that to be a percentage of the plant, like say a third of the plant and a third of the branch, or we can make it a certain number of inches, per se something like 12 inches, 18 inches, something like that. I'm thinking 18 would probably be good, because that will probably encompass the flower and a bunch of stem as well, would be within that. Or is everyone okay with something like that? Yeah.
So 18 inches of the top of the plant plus 12 inches of a lower lateral branch, is that what's being suggested?
I think to include enough stem and leaves, you got to go from the bottom of the flowering plant a certain distance. So if the flowering plant is 18 inches and we said 18 inches, then you get no stem and no leaves. So I think you have to measure that it just includes the top of the flowering plant, whatever that distance is, and then an additional like 12 inches of stem and leaves from the bottom of the flowering plant. Or bud, whatever it's called.
Yeah, I would go one step further to say, it doesn't have to be like the prime cola. It'd be 1 12-inch sample from the top third, 1 12-inch sample from the bottom third.
Yeah, that works for me.
All right, when you say bottom, you mean like
Bottom
from a
third.
lateral branch, or the
Lateral
actual
branch from the
bottom
bottom
where it
third.
Yeah,
comes from? The
lateral branch from the bottom third.
Good point, yeah.
All right, from the tip of it, or from near where it comes to the stem?
From the ground up.
From the ground, okay, so from the stem up to it. That would be mostly stalk at that point. Am I right? Yeah?
But if you put the lateral branch in there, then
And it
it's
has
not
to
going to be the main
if lateral is
stalk.
available, because you may not have a lateral branch available, is my understanding.
Was that first?
Yeah, saying that it's gonna be like it has to include at least one lateral branch from the bottom up, so it will include one lateral branch.
All right, from the bottom up, so more of the stem part in the end, which would be more of a flower part of it. Okay. All right, I don't know, can you summarize that, Josh?
So the first half of that one's easy. So what David is proposing, oops, put the wrong name here. What David is proposing is 2 options for growers. One, that the whole plant would be sampled from 5 inches above the ground on up, and that the other option would be that the top, top 12 inches from the top third of 12 inches from a lateral branch in the top third of the plant and 12 inches from a lateral branch in the bottom third of the plant. That would not necessarily be it'd be 12 inches from the stem out, which means you could end up cutting off the flower.
Well, it
Right.
has to include the flowering bud according
Yeah.
to the law.
Should go the other way, right?
Yeah, from the
From
flower
the
down.
bottom,
Flower down,
right,
I would
From the
assume. And if
bottom
you
of
want to
the-
include more than 12 inches.
from the
fine.
bottom of the flowering bud, 12 inches. To include the flowering bud,
At least 12 inches, including the flowering bed.
correct.
Okay.
And why 12 inches versus 16 or 18 inches?
Yeah, can make it 18.
18?
Sure.
Okay. Both top and lower?
Yep.
Okay.
I think, do you want to reiterate that?
I think we've been clear. Let's let a couple comments come in while we write it all down.
All right, gentlemen, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jeff Johnson. I appreciate the difficulty that has developed here on all sides. Just to let you know, I'm not a farmer, I'm a processor, so this doesn't really affect me other than wanting things to work smoothly and best for everyone, but to protect our farmers in this industry. Simplicity seems to be best, and what I'm hearing is that the simple solution is to take the whole plant. The problem is in the logistics. If you have either the farmer or the lab provide on-site grinding capabilities, then you can grind it up on the site, have a homogenized sample, pull from that. Now you're not shipping 20 pounds of soggy wet trim. You're also not dealing with the issues of, well, is it 12 inches, is it 18? If you got a really good farmer, they might have a 30-inch bud on a lateral branch. And so they're still facing that same issue. And if we can just chop the whole plant down, homogenize it on site, send that off for testing, I think that'll resolve the situation. Now, there might be difficulties with what equipment's required, but there's some pretty good hardy stuff out there. I've used some hammer mills before, back when I used to grow, that even when the material's wet, it won't get gummed up. You can chop it up, and I think that might be a viable solution.
Great, thank you. All right, anyone else want to comment on the tough question we're dealing with? All right, just to be clear, one, we would allow the farmer to choose whole plant or the partial. It would include, if they go for the partial, it will be from the top of the plant down. And what did we agree on? Was it 18 inches? What did we say?
18 inches. So 18
From the
inches.
bottom, from the bottom of the bud that's included, from the bottom of the flowering.
Okay, so from the bottom of the flower, 'cause the flower could kind of be only from the top down a little bit, but can also, depending how it's grown, kind of encompass part of that stalk as well.
Yeah.
I'm seeing things like that, so we may want to try, I figure at 18, we're going to get a lot of stem on that.
What if we just say it's a homogenized sample done in conjunction with the ag commissioner and the farmer, and it's kind of their discretion, they make this homogenized sample of the plant, or 5 different plants?
I would just worry that if you give 58 counties leeway on figuring out what a homogenized sample is, and we're going to come up with a lot of different things.
Yeah. You know, they could take the whole plant if they wanted, chop that all up, or they could chop up 3 laterals in the top, or, you know, it's kind of, I guess we are leaving a lot of discretion there.
All right, well, we should probably, I'm thinking maybe go with 18 inches from the top of the plant, so that would encompass the flower, and then if there's stem, it will encompass that. Now, here's the thing, that's why it would be up to the farmer. If it was all flower, he might decide to go for the whole plant then. It would be up to him. Now, I'm a little confused about that bottom part, though. Are we talking about with a lateral branch, are we talking from the tip going down, or from where the stem hits the thing going up?
Including the flower.
Okay, including flowers. So it would be the tip of the lateral branch going down, and then also 18 inches?
Yep.
Yes,
Okay.
if it exists. Now, if it's a type of plant where it doesn't exist to 18 inches from the bottom of the flowering, then it would just go to the main stem of the plant.
Okay, yeah, that sounds fine, if it's not actually 18 inches.
Yep.
And can we clarify that the top isn't necessarily the prime cola? Like it's an 18-inch sample, including a flowering top from the top third?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah. I'll get that language from you after. I think
All
we're
right.
clear on the motion. So we've got a motion on the table from David. It sounded like Tom wanted to second it. We've had some extensive conversation from the board already. Did you want to open it up to the public for comment on the motion before we vote?
All right, yeah, anyone, I think we've talked about it here, I think we've close to reaching a solution. Does anyone in the audience wish to comment on that? I think that sounds about a fairly good compromise, especially allowing the farmer to make that decision. Yeah.
So I'm going to do my best again. So the suggestion was to have two different options for what parts of the plant would be sampled. First option is to sample the whole plant from 5 inches above the ground level on up, and it would be the entire plant. For the option number 2, it would be the 18 inches of the top part of the plant, including a flower. So not necessarily apical bud, but a potentially, I guess, a lateral bud at the top. But 18 inches of the plant at the top, including a flower, and then 18 inches of a lateral branch from the lower third of the plant, also including the flower.
All right, yes, that makes sense.
Okay.
All right, are we all in agreement? All right, once again, any questions from the board? Any questions from the audience on this? I think we might maybe finally got a solution. All right, so we've had a motion, it's been seconded. Why don't we take a vote now? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, anyone opposed, say nay. All right, anyone abstain? All right, so I think we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ayes, 1 nay, so the vote will pass.
Correct. Thank you.
That
All right, thank
included
you.
male plants too, right?
Yeah, oh yeah, it was said that it includes the male plants.
Yeah. At this point, we don't need a motion on that. That's fine.
Okay.
We're clear, the board was very clear, and there wasn't a whole lot of discussion on the fact that male plants were included, so we're fine on that.
Very good.
Just as
Hey,
we had
finally
another
got through.
one as well. So.
All right, so I don't have a lot of time left, but let's go on to number 5, discussion on importation of industrial hemp planting materials. Discussion by Joshua Kress.
Yep, all right. Back to me. Oh, I did forget one thing. Let's go back. I apologize. We're going to go back to the last item really quickly because we did have one comment that was submitted via the public, via email on testing. So I did want to get this on the board's radar. It may not be something we need to discuss today, but maybe something for the future. The comment, at the last meeting, there was a comment submitted via email, and so we just wanted to make sure there was a follow-up to that from Lisa Brown and Kevin Johnson. And the comment was, hemp samples are taken wet and provided to the testing lab as wet samples per law. The lab therefore has to dry the sample prior to testing, and there are numerous ways to do this. We think it is important for the board to develop a protocol for drying the wet sample. Different drying methods can result in wildly different results. So something for the board to consider about drying methods at the lab. At this point, we've talked about drying, but we haven't gotten into methodology. So that may be a future topic for the board, although I don't think we're going to have time to get to that today. I didn't want to, the board has a copy of that as well. All right, quickly, so this is going to be a very quick update on importation. So the update is that I had a conversation with UC A&R, UC Ag Natural Resources, and we are working with them. They're investigating the issue of importation of hemp materials by the UC on their end, and so we're working with them on that. We don't have any additional updates at this time, but we are working with the UC on addressing that issue from their perspective. So that's something that we are working on actively with the UC, but I don't have any further updates on that at this time.
All right, thank you, Joshua. All right, next item on our agenda, number 6, discussion of establishment of an agricultural pilot program.
Sure.
Joshua.
Yep, me again. Again, apologize. So we put together, hopefully y'all can hear me, we put together an outline of some of the items that we came up with based off the board's previous discussion on this topic. As was discussed previously, SB 1409 includes a provision that would authorize the department to establish by regulation an agricultural pilot program. And actually, I'll read it to you because it's at the bottom of this handout. As part of the registration program established pursuant to this division, the department may establish and carry out by regulation an agricultural pilot program pursuant to Section 7606 of the Federal Agricultural Act of 2014, also known as the 2014 Farm Bill, in accordance with the purposes of that section. So we put together some notes on things that would go into that regulation. So we wanted to run those items by the board. I don't think that we need a motion on this per se, because we already have a motion from the board to start moving forward on regulations for this, but we want to make sure that we are on the right track with what we're working on. And we don't have exact language to parse through at this point, but we did want to make sure that we're on the right track. So first off, the regulation would note that the department establishes an agricultural pilot program to study the growth, cultivation, and marketing of industrial hemp in accordance with Section 7606. The pilot program would include the following participants: registered growers of industrial hemp for commercial purposes, registered industrial hemp seed breeders, and then established agricultural research institutions and institutions of higher education that register with the commissioner as either a grower or seed breeder. In accordance with those provisions in the law, as again, Section 81007 outlines that it is part of the registration program. A participant in the pilot program would be required to do some pretty basic things, just making sure that we don't have people participating in the pilot program that are not following the other rules and laws that are required for registration. So submit a registration application and other required information, pay all the applicable fees, perform sampling and testing for THC content in accordance with department regulations that we were just discussing, provide records pertaining to planting materials, sampling, testing, harvest, or crop destruction upon request from the commissioner, and comply with any applicable federal, state, and local provisions pertaining to the growth and cultivation of industrial hemp. Again, as part of a voluntary program, we want to make sure that people are complying with the applicable laws and regulations. So the commissioner would collect that information, and the commissioner would transmit the information listed to the department as part of the pilot program. So the application and the other information included as part of the application process. Laboratory test results for THC content for all registered plantings. Laboratory test results for any service, confirmatory, or enforcement samples that are collected by the commissioner. And then a summary of enforcement actions taken, including acreage and or quantity of non-compliant industrial hemp that was destroyed. And the department would produce an annual report based off of the information provided by the commissioner and would present that report to at a regular meeting of the Industrial Hemp Advisory Board and publish that report on its website. So I apologize for going very quickly, but that's kind of the summary of the previous discussions on what we would include on that pilot program. Thanks. For those at home, there was a request to scroll back up.
All right, I had a question, Joshua.
Sure.
Where it says, comply with all applicable federal, state, and local provisions pertaining to the growth and cultivation of industrial hemp. How would we handle the conflict between state law that would allow for, seed breeders or testing of higher levels to try to get a better crop versus federal law, which would define it as 0.3%?
So state law allows for established agricultural research institutions to retain planting materials that are greater than 0.3% for the purposes of developing a variety that would end up being below 0.3%. So, I mean, it's hard to have, that's something that we could certainly revisit, but it's hard to have a program that we are creating where we're actively, providing for people to violate state, local, or federal laws. So, that's certainly something that can be discussed further, but, generally those are the types of things where if someone is violating the laws pertaining to the growth of that crop and they're participating in a program for us, they're usually removed from that program.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? No?
Josh, I know we've had a little back and forth so far on the established agricultural research institution and how them registering as a seed breeder or commercial grower may inhibit some of their research. Is there clarification from the department about how the established agricultural research institution differs from the seed breeder in terms of if it voluntarily registers for the pilot program and how they'll be affected that way?
Yeah, I mean, so to reiterate, so the question would be, if an exempt institution voluntarily registers, would they then still have the other exemptions that are listed out in the law, correct? That's not clear. So that's something we would have to explore before moving down the line with the proposal, especially if that was a concern for research institutions that are looking to participate. Of course, there would be concerns with someone participating in the program and not actually participating in the program by not complying with all the same things that everyone else is.
For instance, just paying the applicable fees. So as an established ag research institute, there's not a fee attached, or an institute of higher education, there's not a fee attached. And for the Institute of Higher Education, they can be Farm Bill compliant without being part of the CDFA pilot program.
Correct.
And then I think it's a timing issue too. So would this pilot program go into effect January 1, as SB 1409 does?
No, I mean, we would go through the rulemaking process that we're going through right now with our other regulations, so it would take longer than that.
And what I had suggested, I think, via email was that there is a mandatory notification for the Established Ag Research Institute, Jan 1, and that we roll that into the pilot program without them actually having to register as a seed breeder or commercial grower. And that would still be my position if we can find dialogue on how that would work effectively. I think that'd be optimal.
Yeah. I mean, again, the concern there would be that the Food and Ag Code, Section 81007, that's going to take effect January 1st, clearly states that it's part of the registration program. So by having people participate that are not participating in the registration program, you know, that, as Rick's pointed out, you know, we look at what's in the law, that the law specifically states that it's part of the registration program.
Right, so
you know, I don't know.
Effectively, they'd be notifying a county ag commissioner, they'd be state compliant, but they wouldn't necessarily
But they would not be registering.
part of a CDFA pilot program.
Right. It would not be the registration program that's outlined in this law.
Got it.
All right, any other questions or comments?
I got a question of Josh, Chris. What would you have me tell my farmers, because they ask me all the time about, am I going to be able to plant industrial hemp in California? So again, like I said earlier, the Farm Bill, the 2018 Farm Bill passes, you know, next week, say. And January 1, a farmer's able to get, you know, bank financing, growing industrial hemp, is able to get crop insurance, federal crop insurance, and what you're talking about rulemaking, comment periods, this pilot program, or what do I tell him? I'll tell him Josh Chris told me to tell you that you can plant on March 1. Yeah, you know, we've talked about timelines, we've talked about tasks that I asked you a long time ago, what we need to do as a board to not be holding up a farmer if things fall in place like they have, as at the federal level anyway. They still haven't fallen in place at the CDFA level.
Yeah, so I mean, as far as registration coming available, is that your question there? They're two separate questions. I mean, yeah, we've got a whole bunch of regulations and issues that have been discussed by this board that we need to work through and actually get proposed and get out there for people to be able to have a chance to comment on them and go through our necessary public processes. We don't have a timeline for any of those because they need to be developed. And we need to go through those processes as they're outlined in the law. So we don't have a timeline for any of those things right now. And just for reference, the 2018 Farm Bill passed today through the House, and so we'll see if it gets signed, but it did pass, I believe, from both the House and the Senate. But then there still has to be the, you know, we'll find out what that actually means for the states. It does provide a lot of things for the states to do and a lot of flexibility for states to create their own programs and their own plans and implement their own, ways of complying with federal law. So we'll see how that plays out. We haven't had a chance to fully review it yet. In fact, I just got a copy of it this morning. So we're still taking a look at that. But, everything is still, it's going to progress at the rate that it progresses, unfortunately.
Okay, I just ask for your help to do what you can as.
No problem.
As the lead on this. Understand the urgency, and hopefully we can do something here in the next couple months.
Understood.
I'll put a timeline, 60 days. All right, well, we have a couple of things. Originally, you were talking about the agricultural pilot program, which was the agenda, but then number 7 was an update on program activities, which I think Tom was asking about.
Yeah. Well, let's finish up this item. So are there any other comments on what was presented here as far as components of an ag pilot program? Looks like there might be some public ones.
All right. Public? All right, Wayne?
Hi, Wayne Richmond, California Hemp Foundation. So yes, I wear 2 hats. The foundation currently has 8 research farms in California. According to what I see up on the screen there, I don't see any benefit in us coming in under your pilot program, although to us, it's no benefit, but it would seem to the farmers and to this organization, CDFA, it would be a benefit to have an established agricultural research institution that's already got 8 farms going in state to help you jumpstart such a program for the rest of the farmers. I have discussed this last week with UCANR. We are prepared to move forward in a partnership with you if you'd like to jumpstart this as of January 1st. You just tell me what we need to do. Let's sit down, have a meeting, pull together the appropriate cooperative agreements, and then we can get our farmers planting this spring. So I just want to make sure you were aware that we had those conversations. Gabe and I had those last week, and look forward to hearing how you folks either think that that's appropriate or you're going to do your own pilot programs. Because I can tell you, based on what I'm seeing here, I'm not giving up our pilot programs. They still are the best pilot programs going, and they give us a little more freedom. And this whole language about whether, if we register, we follow under different guidelines, that kind of changes the exemption. And I don't know where the authority comes in to change our exemption because we're registering with you to participate in your program, and then it hurts us. Need to figure out a better way to happen, because you won't get me to sign off on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. All right, next up, we got a lot of people.
George Bianchini, SG Farms, also a licensed public research institution. When I first looked at it, I saw the disadvantage to being able to be in there because of some of the exemptions that may have to be given up. But I still don't understand, though. Research institutions do research. We simply have to provide you with it. I don't know. I don't see any reason why we have to be part of a pilot program. In other words, we can be a research institution and just supply you, which I intended to do anyway, with all the research that it is that we're doing. So I don't see it as being a problem as a research institution. At the end of the day, we're going to pack it all up and send it to you. If you decide to throw it away, that's great. If not, you use it. Thank you.
And I think what's going to happen is there's going to be 3 ways to do research in California. One would be through one of the universities, one would be through the Department of Agriculture, and then under California law, it says a research institution. I would imagine that people can kind of decide which one they wanted to be with if one of them wasn't the correct fit. Do you want to add anything to that, Josh? No? Okay. All right, go ahead, next.
Hi, Richard D'Andrade again from Solari. I have a question about a very specific word that's in part of this outline. It's got to do with destruction and how that is defined. And I'm curious, as a benefit for the entire industry, if we could have something whereby the destruction could be handled by, if needed be, a licensed or an authorized person or business to be able to, try to get some value out of something that, a farmer would have spent, lots of money and lots of time cultivating, where, you know, there could be some more additional value presented back to the industry and not have them lose because something went hot. I mean, you know, we have access to some technology that can, you know, be able to remediate some of this stuff, and I'm just curious if there's anything that the board knows of, or in terms of the decision-making process, that would prevent, you know, technological applications to addressing hot items, or is destruction just means, you know, it has to go to a landfill or something like that?
So we had extensive conversation on that at previous meetings, and it's been on the agenda, but just to clearly state, so the department's determined that the destruction requirements in the law do not allow for remediation at this time.
Okay, all right, thanks.
To add to that, we also decided that we were not going to make a rule here on how it would be destroyed, but we would leave that up to the individual counties to decide for themselves.
Good afternoon, Patrick Goggin. I want to say that I appreciate the efforts to put forward a pilot program. I appreciate the fact that we have an established agricultural research institute exemption that's state compliant, but we're dealing in the state with several instances of federal referrals to the DEA on state compliant projects that don't qualify as compliant under Section 7606 of the 2014 Farm Bill. And I anticipate that we're not going to get to full-scale commercial hemp cultivation under the 2018 Farm Bill in 2019. We have to get it done a year after passage because 7606 sunsets. So my concern is, so we have these alternatives in the state, and I think that's great. We have options. I think it's great that you're looking at options for sampling for farmers. But my concern is that registrations are going to be made available by CDFA without pilot program status, and therefore potentially be deemed not Farm Bill compliant under 7606, which is why I think it's great that we're talking about adding a pilot program to that registration. And therefore, I urge the board to do this as quickly as possible, and the department to do this as quickly as possible, so we remove that vulnerability. And certainly the issues with the DEA and the federal government may end up relaxing a little bit now that the Hemp Farming Act is passed, or is about to pass. The House has passed it, so it's about to get signed by the president. That we work together to make sure that our farmers are protected. The other issue that is going to need to be addressed is the seed. And right now, it's whether it's law or not, it's the DEA's position on seed that departments of ag, and they have this in Colorado, the Colorado Department of Agriculture has a 357 permit for importing seed. Just what the DEA's position is on transportation of seed and plant material across state lines. I think we're having discussions with them, and I think the Hemp Farming Act passage is going to influence that, but getting to pilot program status with the department and getting a 357 permit, seed import permit, I think is critical for 2019.
Thank you, Patrick. All right, next.
Hi, my name is Seth Rosso. I'm from Rosso Farms in Merced, California. And I'm a first-generation farmer, started completely on my own. And my wife and I are the only partners. We don't have any financial partners, and we like to keep it that way because of sense of urgency. We're able to move quickly. And I understand you're a board of 10 people or so, and things move slower than my wife and I do with our own operations. But I want to convey a sense of urgency with our own farming operations. We're excited about growing a new crop. But I'm expecting my 5th child this April, and I want to do things on the up and up because I don't want to risk getting in bankruptcy or getting fined or going to jail. I would like to convey, just for you guys, to have that same sense of urgency and try to make some program for people like me who are starting on our own to be able to do things on the up and up and do it correctly and do it well and profitably. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. All right, Brian?
Yes, Brian Webster, CA Hemp. Very pleased that the resolution passed included the option for whole plants for farmers. You know, that was great. I'm very pleased to see this. This is surprisingly straightforward, easy to comply with for the farmers that I'm working with. Basically, you know, it just says what it is. But the key thing is that the pilot program includes registered growers of industrial hemp for commercial purposes. So they register, they can provide everything that you have here. Farmers don't want to have to go through another organization. They don't want to have to go through, you know, join a membership organization or a foundation or support, you know, another, the overhead of another organization to get what they can simply do with what's spelled out here, which is just basically provide the registration information and the data that they already have to provide through the testing into the Agricultural Commission. So I would really urge you to implement this pilot program that you have spelled out right here as is, as simply and as quickly, you know, as possible.
Thank you, Brian. We got some more people. Mr. Ayers?
GV Ayers with General Rivers Consulting. I have one thing I'll put in the, since this is a comment, I'll put it in the form of a comment rather than a question. Myself and others in the audience would love to have an update on where things are with the application form.
I think that's actually in the very next agenda item.
Okay, beautiful.
Yeah.
And then also would be wonderful to have an update on where the time frame is, where we are in the time frame with the fee regulation. And then the third thing, this is probably going to be in there too, but anyway, but the third thing is I do not see on the Industrial Hemp Board's website a link to the regulations, the proposed regulations. We have to go somewhere else to find them. It seems to me, maybe I'm just missing it. But anyway, if that's, would love for you to check on that, and if it's not there, would be great to have a link there.
Yeah, it is on our website. It's on under the FAQ right now. It's not on the board's website.
Okay.
Yeah, and we can add another link to the main page too. That's fine. Thank you for the suggestion.
Thank you.
We'll talk about program updates in just a minute if we've got a comment on the pilot program.
Chris Cowell here. I know commercial cultivation can be no less than 1/10 of an acre, but how about for the pilot program? Is there a minimum size?
I believe that section of law would apply to everything. So I don't know that it applies to established ag research institutions. We'd have to check to see if they have an exemption there. But as far as any registered grower, I believe it applies to all registered growers, except there is some more specific language regarding registered seed breeders. But just participating in the pilot program would not exempt a grower from that. It's part of the general law itself.
You faked us out there. All right, any other comments from the audience on the establishment of an agricultural pilot program? All right, any other comments from members of the board? All right, let's go to item number 7, brief update on program activities.
Was there a question? I'm sorry, we couldn't hear you.
Yes, we want to get started as soon as the form fills out, it's either paid in January. Are you going to adopt the pilot program so that we can start giving you our data?
So the question was about the pilot program. We had a motion at the last meeting to move forward with the pilot program, so I don't think we need a new one in order to continue to move forward. There were no comments on the content other than a couple of question marks that need to get looked into a little bit further, but generally I think we'll move forward with what was presented. Of the pilot program? So that would need to be going through a regulation, so we'd have to propose a regulation just as we've done in the past, and we'd go through the general rulemaking process.
When is that going to begin?
The question is when the rulemaking process would begin, and it would be, it would be the same as for any other regulation that we propose. So we would have to develop the regulation, route them through the department, post them for public comment, go through a 45-day public comment period, go through the final portions of that procedure. It would be the same regular rulemaking process that's outlined in the Administrative Procedures Act.
Can I ask another question?
Sure, go ahead, Patrick.
So we're in the midst of a comment period on the registration fee for the registrations and applications. So, and that concludes on the 24th?
Yes.
If we were to provide comments that, because when you're talking about a registration fee, you're really talking about the application for registration, and that's a significant component of it, but there are the other components of it. There's the GPS coordinates and there's the approved cultivar. So if we were to comment on that regarding adding pilot program status or the opportunity to apply for being part of a pilot program when those registrations are issued, could we influence that process through commenting on the existing rulemaking that's currently underway?
Not exactly sure how to answer that question. I apologize. Yeah, I don't know. Any comments that we receive have to be responded to. Obviously, we're not taking comments at this meeting because those have to go through the formal rulemaking process and there are instructions on the notice. But as far as influencing the timelines for another related but separate regulation, I'm not sure how that would affect it other than, I assume it would be the same as submitting any comments to the department.
Okay, I guess my concern, just to note, is that you guys are going to issue a registration, which is great. A registration application come January, February, March. It'd be good to hear when we anticipate that coming. But if it's without pilot program status, you're going to have a ton of issues to be dealing with. And we want to get hemp farming going in this state. But there are going to be seed issues there that the feds are going to be talking to you guys about, as well as not being a 7606 Farm Bill compliant program. And by the time you finish rulemaking on a pilot program, the Hemp Farming Act of 2018 will be fully in effect.
Yeah, I appreciate your comments, and it might be something we want to talk about offline after.
Okay.
Thank you. Comments on the pilot program or on?
On the pilot program and the regulatory process in general?
Sure.
And just following on what was just said, just to clarify, does not have emergency regulatory authority, correct?
Correct. I mean, so emergency authority would be case specific, and the requirements for emergency authority are clearly outlined in the Administrative Procedure Act.
Okay, because, at this point, if a regulation was even approved today, I know it has to go through the comment period and such, it still wouldn't take effect until April 1, under the regular rulemaking quarterly timeline.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds about right.
And so if the regulation was not approved by OAL until March 1, then we're pushing it back to July 1 for the approval there. So I just want to make clear what the timelines would be.
Yeah, I mean, there's other factors that get taken into account when things actually do take effect, but potentially.
Absolutely.
Certainly.
All right, Brian?
Yeah, Brian, California Hemp. So there's these different hurdles that we have to jump over. The seed cultivar thing is, as far as the farmers, my clients that I talk to, is going to be irrelevant because farmers are going to plant clones. What we need is this pilot program, the research hurdle to get done. And so we need that as soon as possible. We need it, in February, or we need it so it doesn't stop the planting process, because farmers are going to grow whether they're growing, under the regulations or not. So it took a year to get to the one-page form and the $900 that we have to pay and what we have to comply with, which is done on the, going to be finished at the last minute of the year on December 24th. So we're expecting to be able to register and pay the money in the middle of January, but we need to know for our business plans, is this pilot program going to be, and it's basically, it just seems like it's the data, the harvest data. How much do we plant? How much do we harvest? What are they, what is the data, the numbers of the results of our working all year long to, run our businesses. So I'm just hoping that this pilot program, I know you have to write the regulations, go through the comment period. I'm just hoping that it happens, in the first quarter rather than on December 24th of next year.
Thank you, Brian. All right, any other questions or comments from the audience? All right, no, why don't we go to, trying to get to number 7, the brief update.
Sure. It's already been mentioned, so the registration fee regulations are currently open for public comment. The comment period closes on December 24th. As was discussed, we won't be receiving any comments at this meeting, but anyone interested in making comments or having trouble accessing any of those documents, let our program staff know and they'll help direct you. And then there was a question on the form for registration. So as was discussed before, the law that's in place and the law is amended via SB 1409 is, I forget the terminology, but it doesn't require regulations in order to implement. It's self-implementing. And so the requirements for the application form, what goes on the application to growers, is already in the law. And so there was no recommendation on any additions to that information from the board. And so we'll move forward. We'll have a template that will be provided to the counties ahead of registration for them to use, so that way we'll have some kind of consistency in how things are being structured to make it easier for our staff to process. But otherwise, that will be up to the counties to provide that a form with those requirements on them to the growers that they're registering. But there is no delays in a form. But again, the registration fee comment period is currently open. And I don't believe, otherwise we've got the various motions from the board that we've been working on and are continuing to work on those. So I don't have any timelines for any of the other things that we're currently working on, but we are currently moving forward with various other things that the board has recommended.
All right, any questions or comments from the board on that?
I have a question. After this public comment period's over, what's the timeline on that before we actually get forms to the county ag commissioners?
Yeah, so I mean, again, we don't necessarily have a strict timeline, but the minimum requirements are that the department has to accept all comments that it receives up to the end of the comment period for any regulation. Has to respond to all those comments in the form of a final statement of reasons, and then that full package, the final statement of reasons and all the other documentation that went into the rulemaking goes, I believe it gets briefly routed through the department again, but then goes over to the Office of Administrative Law, where they have 30 working days, so 6 weeks to review. And we'll, of course, ask for an expedited review, but you never know how those processes are going to go. And then generally, the regulation would take effect at the next quarter. However, we will request a publication immediately upon approval by OAL. We haven't done that before, so we'll work through the process and see how that goes. But that's the next steps would be OAL review, and hopefully everything will go there smoothly and we won't have any pushback.
So we got 2 more weeks of public comments, then we have
at least 6 weeks beyond that for OAL
yeah,
review.
then 6 weeks beyond that, but there's probably another couple weeks of internal review where you're responding to comments.
Possibly,
So
depending on what
10
comments we get.
weeks.
You never know. If we do get any comments that require any changes to the regulation, then it would have to go back out to a new comment period, and I don't know what comments received. And even if I did, wouldn't be able to comment on it at this point. But depending on what comments are received, if we have to make significant changes, it would go out for potentially another 15 or 45-day comment period. Hopefully that won't be the case.
So it looks like probably a minimum of 2.5 months.
Probably about.
Yeah, maybe 3, something like that.
We'll see.
Like March 1st earliest?
Yeah. We never really know how these things are going to go, obviously.
All right, any other questions from the board?
I have one more question. When we put together the proposal for the pilot program, I kind of put forth the notion that maybe we already have a pilot program because we've already started to gather data on how many farmers want to join this program, and maybe it's just a simple, simply just stating that this is a pilot program instead of actually, writing out the whole thing. I don't know if, from a federal standpoint, just stating that it's a pilot program is, it just seems like it's just wording, like.
Yeah, I mean, personally, from my perspective, it would need to be established in regulation, but that's something that we could explore further if it's simply a statement that the department can make, but generally those things need to be established in regulation just so that way there's clarity and it's all part of a public and a relatively transparent process, so that way the public's involved in it. Yeah. We need to give people due process regardless of what it is.
Can you talk to the legal people more about that? I mean, just,
We can explore that question internally more, but again, I mean, my suspicion is that it would need to go through rulemaking. It hopefully will be a fairly simple regulation to do that, but it would likely need to go through rulemaking.
Yeah.
Depending on the contents, I don't know what kind of pushback we're going to get, but I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, it just seems like we're already gathering, or CDFA is already gathering data.
Right.
And, the pilot programs are either an Institute of Higher Education listed on that one list the federal government has, or departments of agriculture that are administering some sort of research. And it seems like CDFA is already doing the research or gathering research data.
Not yet, but we will be once people start registering.
Yeah, but I mean, you guys have already started to gather like how many farmers want to join the program and stuff like that.
Some surveys, but yeah, okay.
All right, any other comments from the board?
One last, I would just say at minimum to agree with what Patrick was trying to emphasize, that we implement the pilot program in line with the registration form so we don't have commercial growers who are not federally compliant.
All right, thank you.
All right, any other comments from the board?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank Josh. I heard you say expedite. I'm happy with that.
Yeah,
term.
thank you, Josh.
Yeah. Just work with us, just do whatever you can to keep moving forward.
All right, do we have any, we gotta hurry, I'm gonna have to leave in a few minutes. Are there any other comments from the public regarding the updates on program activities? Yes, no? All right, you'll think about it. All right, we'll move on very quickly. Number 8, which is public comments in general. Is there anyone on the board that wants to make any more public comments on the whole program, or anyone in the audience who'd like to make a public comment on the entire program?
I have one comment too, relating back to Patrick's idea of figuring out a way to get new plant material into the state. I think we somewhat put forth the proposition to ask if CDFA would be willing to handle that, or.
Yeah, so I mean, our update on that from earlier is that we're working with UCANR, and we've met with UCANR to further investigate that. So we'll work with them to further investigate that from their end.
Okay, awesome.
Yep.
Has the board considered any kind of communication between the Department of Agriculture and then maybe even the sheriffs through California of the rule changes here? Already, I have notified another county that we're going to be doing a research grow, and they are still no, you legally can't do that. So I don't want to have to sue every county. My wife says 5 at a time is enough. And it would be much easier if we can communicate to law enforcement and the Department of Agriculture of what the rules really are. They cannot ban in the state of California. They can ban marijuana, they cannot ban hemp. So that was my comment is it would be beneficial to a lot of the farmers involved if at least the knowledge of the new laws that are coming upon us now are made relevant to all of them, so there's no excuse I didn't know. because it will affect a lot of people, a lot of counties. That would make things a lot easier for people to get involved with this. A lot of law enforcement is still marijuana and hemp. It's all the same damn thing. You're not doing it in my county. We have, most of them are all good, but there's some of them old school, and it's becoming a problem. So, thank you.
All right, on that note, I think we're having what is the federal law changes, which we just found out it was passed in the House of Representatives.
We have law enforcement on the board, so if
Yeah,
David
and
wants to
I
comment.
update them at our quarterly meetings, so whether they listen or not is another thing, but I do update. And I will be updating them this week, so.
Yeah, I mean, most of us would be happy just making or living the way we work instead of, having to sue everybody. So it would just make it a lot easier, and not all of our law enforcement is like this gentleman here. I appreciate having you on the board. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, one more comment.
Frank Brown again, Rayland Farms. I just had a brief conversation with a colleague of mine, and he wishes, it's former Lieutenant Governor Abe Mulder, not only wishes to congratulate the board on what they accomplished today, and encourages you to, as judiciously and as quickly as possible, finish this regulatory, review and process so that we can start farming here in California. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, one more comment.
I have a question. I'm wondering if your board has the authority to say no hemp of any amount can be grown in areas that receive less than X amount of annual precipitation? No.
Not that I know of.
Where I'm going with this is for like environmental reasons. It seems more companies are producing product in areas where it shouldn't be. A couple examples, there's numerous acre cannabis farm in Death Valley. PBS did a story on a company that was allowed to build a plant near Tijuana where they used 6.7 liters of water to make 1 liter of beer. The water situation there is so bad that periodic days throughout the year, people living nearby don't have running water. So coincidentally, this company also has invested $4 billion into cannabis as well. So I would just like to see it prevented from growing in such arid conditions. Not only does it take away money and jobs from our local community, but it's being done in areas it shouldn't be and leaves a huge carbon footprint.
The local governing bodies have a lot of say in what occurs in their jurisdiction, so I would encourage you for those jurisdictions that you're concerned about to check with the local governing body like the Board of Supervisors.
Yep. That's all, thank you.
All right, any other public comments? All right, nope. All right, let's go to the next meeting agenda and items. We need to hurry on this. Do we know when we want to have the next meeting, Michelle or Josh?
Up to the board.
All right, well, it looks like we're being urged to hurry, so I would imagine we should have another meeting in January.
Well, I mean, so at this point, I don't know that there were many outstanding issues for the board to continue to discuss. You've given a lot of things for CDFA to work on. We've got a backlog of minutes that we need to bring to you guys and have you approve. We want to work through some of these other things first. So, I mean, unless there's something that's urgently on the board's mind I don't know that the board would be able to set a meeting date at this point unless there's something you anticipate coming along that you would want to look at further. It may be something you want to move a few months down the road.
Can we coincide it with the ending of public comment and internal review of CDFA so that we kind of piggyback off that and keep it open until then?
So you'd like to meet prior to completing OAL review and having things go through, or would you like to?
Yeah, what would that, well, there's 2 weeks left in public comment till the 24th,
Correct.
and then a couple weeks for internal review.
Hopefully.
And then at that point, it's
It goes over the Office of Administrative Law, and they have up to 30 business days, so 6 weeks to review.
And then the registration fee will be established.
So we would work with them on the actual establishment of when the regulation takes effect. So we'll work on that and try to make it happen as soon as possible, but we have to work through the process, so.
But there's nothing else to review on the form
No, there's nothing else for the board to do at that point unless we have to come back to you guys for another recommendation. And I certainly hope not, and I'm sure all of you hope not as well.
And there's no review the board can do on the pilot program at this point, other than what we've already gone through?
You've already gone through it, so unless there's something else you'd like to discuss further.
No. Seems like we're just waiting on the department.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we will likely have a new federal law that we will hopefully be getting some guidance on what that's going to look like as far as what our responsibilities are going to be and how that implementation is going to be rolled out. We're anticipating something hopefully in January on that, but we'll have to wait and see how that comes out. So that may be something we want to play by ear with the board and coordinate with the chair on the next meeting date.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay.
All right, yeah, why don't we?
I got one more thing.
Sure.
We approved the sampling today, but I don't believe we kind of finalized the testing stuff or the protocols of like moisture contents and stuff with the samples.
Yeah, I mean, there's still an outstanding question on moisture content, so if that's something the board wants to come back and discuss, if there are some good guidelines on that. Again, we have the recommendations from our lab that we will continue to work through and try to get specifications, so that way we're clear on what those requirements look like from lab to lab. But if that's something the board would like to discuss further, that is something that we could come back around and discuss.
Could we propose that we look at the CDFA's lab for what they're currently testing other cannabis things at, or should we do another task force on that, or what do you recommend?
CDFA lab is not doing other cannabis testing at this point. And so they are working with some hemp samples to figure out how they can be tested and try to give us something to work with. So they are working with it, but they're not currently doing any other cannabis testing at this point, at least not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that either, but I think there's some sort of protocols where it's like some of the other cannabis samples have to be below 13%.
That may be where that number came from.
Yeah, I don't.
It probably is. I mean, we can look at the regulations that have been proposed by the BCC as far as what their moisture content was for their cannabinoid testing. But, I mean, again, I don't know that it's something that we need to come back for a full board meeting to further discuss unless the board would really like to.
We just have it as an agenda item.
My suggestion is that, as a member of this board, if it takes another meeting to make sure that we've done what we should be doing, or have done, and if the CDFA, I don't want to hold anybody up from.
Yeah, I mean, I will say,
something we haven't accomplished.
if we're holding a board meeting, we're not working on something else. So, I mean, to be frank, the more meetings we have, the less time Michelle has and our other staff have to work on other things on behalf of the industry. So the more time we can get going on some of those, it'll allow us more ability. So unless there's something that we need to come back for a board recommendation for within the next
Well, what I'd ask you.
few weeks or months.
If you could send us a timeline, or your best guesstimate of a timeline for completion of all the.
We'll keep you guys updated.
Okay?
I would assume sometime around the 15th of January that you guys would do the internal review of the comments, and then possibly that'd be probably the earliest we'd want to meet again.
What would you discuss? I'm sorry to be frank, but
yeah,
I'm not sure what the board would be discussing at that point, just whether or not it's been submitted, which we can provide the board with an update on without coming to a meeting.
True. I think the only outstanding things we have is just maybe the sampling on, or not the sampling.
And at this
but
point, we can continue working on the things that we've been working on. And if we come up with other items in the next month or so that come up, we can work with Lawrence on setting up another meeting. But at this point, I mean, I think the biggest outstanding things are the things that we're already working on, and then the federal changes and how that might impact us. So, I mean,
what day do you propose then? Would you say our next meeting?
I would give it at least a couple months before some of those things start to play out. I don't see any benefit to the board coming back again in January personally. I mean, and again, unless you guys do, but, I don't expect any guidance from the feds before early January at the earliest.
Right. All right, so should we set a date, or should we, or what are you suggesting then?
Well, I can reach out to the board mid-January to see if we would like to meet again, and then we'll go from there.
So
Sounds good.
Okay. Sounds good. So Michelle will reach out to everybody in mid-January? Okay.
Good.
And we'll see if we want to set a meeting for February or March.
Good. So we should adjourn the meeting?
I think so. I think we lost our chair.
Yeah,
so-
Chair, you had to,
And our vice chair? Okay. Well then, on behalf of the board, then I'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting. It is 3:41. Thank you.